No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the code. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me to the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never.
Hopefully today is the day, folks, that we get an opportunity to enjoy PMR in a stable work environment. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Oh, man. So, for those who are here, I have a little a little poll going in chat. Are we getting the next patch? Yes or no? Vote away. As of right now, the servers are down for an upcoming patch. And what was their exact... where did I put my phone? Oh, here, right in front of my face. Let's see, what was their exact announcement that they put out? Come on. Alright, servers will be down for 2 hours. This is to conduct necessary maintenance to the servers in preparation for the upcoming patch. Now, I don't know the order of operations there, but I would expect the servers go down, then the servers come back up, and then perhaps we get an update. Or a patch, because that's the cooler word these days. I like to call them updates, but... you know, in the early stages of a game, patches seem to be the word. So right now we're tied with 6 votes, 50-50. Alright. Don't forget to vote, guys. I see you all in there. I see you in there. Numbers are there. Also, if you don't mind liking the stream, let's get a good positive vibe going today. Let's see, Matthew, AJ, thanks for being here. Happy Thursday to you, both of you. Online lobbies and the tire bug hopefully get fixed. Let's hope. Let's hope. One can only hope. I'd imagine we will get it today. That gives them tomorrow to roll back if anything goes wrong and all the next week to diagnose, etc. Yes, I agree. I've said it pretty consistently that if you're going to get a patch for this game, I mean, it's going to be pretty much as of at least what they've said previously, even in the Discord and everything. You would see it Thursday the latest as far as when patches come out, because they want Friday as a damage control style day where if anything, any hotfixes need to get out, they can not necessarily have to work through the weekend, which I get. No one wants to work when they don't have to work, you know? Exactly. Patch gives it fix-it vibes. Update gives it fresh content vibes. Right now, I would say, yeah, we're in the patch state. We gotta patch the holes, you know. But I think after a few months, we'll be in the update state where now we're getting content, we're getting positive features and stuff like that, you know. I'm actually curious. I wanted to test the game right now and see if, since the servers are down, what we have access to with servers down. I assume we can still do single play and all, you know, all that stuff. Never known servers going down before a patch in any game. Well, it's to do... So, the biggest thing about netcode and things like that in general when you have this massive interconnect is that, like, I always try and tell people, like, I saw a lot of people that were constantly getting upset about, you know, server inconsistency and things like that, and I kept saying, we're going to need a physical update on our end as well as their end to make the system work better. It's not just going to be we get a patch and we're good, or they just have the servers be better on their end. It's more to it than that. So it would require both ends to be fixed. So the servers are going down to fix their... This is why I'm speculating, again, that when the servers go back online, we'll then get an update. I don't know this, but I'm speculating. Again, keywords, speculating. That when the servers go back online, we'll get an update simply because, all right, they've made the adjustments on their end now. They've rolled that out. Now they have to roll out our end, you know? Keep voting, folks. Are we getting the next patch? Now I was wondering over here. So on my second monitor, I have the stream going on YouTube, and I'm clicking on single player on my stream, wondering why it's not working. I have to go to the actual game to do that. Listen, I never said I was good at this, okay? I just showed up one day. Let's rate. You know what? Let's race the AI. We'll do a 1v1. We'll do a 1v1 with a max effort AI. And turn off that. Turn this on. We're going to do tire pre-warm since we're only doing 1 lap. I'm not doing no 5 laps. Calm down. Calm down. Confirm. To be honest with you, I kind of like the BMW a little bit better in terms of its overall power delivery. I was having a real good time with this car on Nords last night. Real good time. Like, zero mistakes type good time. Now, I could have just been in the zone, but yeah. We'll get the patch. According to Fway, who had to send that as 2 different messages. Just kidding, Fway. Alright, let's load setup, even though I'm pretty sure it's already loaded. Which, this setup, guys, essentially is really the effective things I've learned with these cars, at least as of this current build, which was, let's see, max rear wing. This is my Nord setup, which is just minimum tire pressure, max rear wing, running medium tires, and I believe yanking all the clutch out of it, yeah. And I think this has changed, but I can't feel these changes. The preload, power ramp, and coast ramp, I can't feel that. I can definitely feel the clutches, but I can't feel anything else. Rear wing and tire pressure are the big ones. And the only reason the clutches are adjusted right now is because I'm a downshift happy person. Keep it rated PG-13 as best we can until the nighttime streams. Alright, let's see if we can outrun a 1v1 situation here. One v one. Oh, I gotta hold on. Turn the car on. That's the secret here. Whoop! Already off to a bad start. Oh boy! I gotta mute Discord. Come on, tires, get warm. Or warmer, I should say. Yeah, this is the downside to my setup for Nords. This car has no straight line potential whatsoever because of the tire pressure. The rear wing hurts it too, but it's mostly the tire pressure being minimum. The car just doesn't ever build up real steam. But she's grippy. By the way, this is the best way to test AI, I've learned. As far as like how challenging the AI is from a speed standpoint. 1v1. You can fill the grid up. That will test like their like sort of integrity and how smart they are. Whereas like how they handle a pack and stuff. But if you want to see how fast the AI is, the number one guy is always faster than the last place guy. So, whoop. So far, I'm not really running this guy down. Oh, especially when I do shit like... Alright, we're still in it. We're still in it. That wasn't a total catastrophe right there. Alright, so 3.6 seconds. Oh no, AI crashed. I'm not winning like that. Yes, this is AI at 100%. But clearly they still make mistakes. I do think that with time, I don't expect that anytime soon, but that they sort of develop a bit of an AMS2 style AI system where you can individually adjust certain features of the AI. Their aggression, their mistakes, and their overall skill set, like speed. That's one thing I like about AMS2. You can make it so they never make a mistake. You can make it so they make a shit ton of mistakes. You can make it so they are very, very aggressive, or you can make it so they will let out of the throttle in a dangerous situation. And then you have their overall speed, which essentially relates to their kind of like their lap times, you know. Yep, I knew that. I went into that turn way too hot. That's fine. This don't matter. This is just to kill some time. What's your thoughts on your comment? I'll read it in a second. Let me, Actually, wait, this is single player. I can just pause it. It's been a minute. Whoop! Another one! Where you going, bro? Bro, where you going? You're going the wrong way. Doesn't that mean that he gets immediately DQ'd? Let's see. Would it be better for all games to follow suit for updates, as it seems a lot better to shut down everything before patch? It depends. I mean, sometimes games need to get shut down for the patch. Sometimes they don't. It depends on what's being patched, you know? In this case here, we're dealing with some server-side things. So we need to make sure that every end is working ideally. Let's see here. Actually should get out of the game right now. All right. Here we go. Close Steam. Little birdie just phoned in. Little birdie just phoned in. Might need a thumbnail update. Might need a thumbnail update. Ha-ha! Hee-ha! Hoo-ha-hoo! There it is. Update time. You know what that means. Time to update the thumbnail. Time to update the thumbnail. It's weird, I already had a thumbnail prepared. I actually have a couple prepared. I just don't know which one I want to go with. What's better? Turning Point for PMR or Are We Back? I feel like Turning Point's better. Because there's going to be a lot of people who say, Are we back? You were never there. That was my impression of, you know. There we go. Let's get her updated. Come on. Turning Point sound. Yeah, I leave the politics out of the things that I say. Turning Point's a coin of phrase long before anything type of anything claimed it. All right, refresh the page, boys. Refresh the page. All right, let's see. We're gonna end this poll. All right, 72% of you were positive and correct. 28% of you were not so positive and not so correct. All right, let's see. Put up a new poll. Here, I'll do it like this. There we go. There we go. Boom. There's the new poll. Vote up. Vote her up. Now I'm just waiting for patch notes. For now, I have to cope with current LMDH physics. So, I will say, I gotta wait for the patch notes. Gotta wait for the patch notes. Gotta wait for the patch notes. I wish I had 2 gig fiber. I only have 1 gig fiber. That's all I can get. So we'll jump in once we get the patch note. Once we get the patch notes, because I do want to go over those real quick. I wonder if it, because it hasn't gone through on... I don't think so. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the, I guess I could technically go to the website, but I'm waiting on, like, the media update. All right, let me check the website. All right, here we go. Update 1.6. Boom! We got it. We got it. So the reason why, I don't know if anybody listened to me the other night when I said, I think it might have been last night, about talking about testing out different builds or different setups for LMDHs, and I said don't waste your time yet because they're completely different now. Anyway, let me read here. Let's see. Patch 1. I'm just calling it 1.6. The zeros to me are irrelevant right now. When that gets a 1 or a 5 or whatever, then I'll say that. But for now, it's 1.6. Brings multiple stability and performance improvements. He focuses on improving driving behavior for the LMDH class based on community feedback. With this update, the default brake bias has been shifted closer to true 50-50 split alongside changes to rear brake sizing to better reflect real-world data. This means older setups that were built around the previous bias may now feel unstable under braking, particularly into heavy braking zones or trail braking situations. Let's see. Players using their own setups in LMDH, GT3, GT4, and the 992 Cup cars will want to revisit their brake balance setups or settings. I have not. I have zero experience with these, the GT4 and the 992. Additionally, the LMDH class has received a substantial round of physics and drivability improvements aimed at making these cars more predictable, rewarding, and realistic across the wide range of conditions. Be sure to check information regarding car setups and Project Motor Racing Update 1.6 for detailed breakdown of these changes and improvements. Let's see. Other noteworthy improvements in this update include various improvements to the online components that provides a more stable experience, along with the weather system and time of day now being enabled in career mode, meaning that the start times and weather conditions will be different each time. Keep reading to learn more about this update. Well, don't mind if I do. Vehicles. Fixed an issue affecting certain cars that would turn driving assists off despite them being on. Improved windscreen reflections and materials, along with cockpit displays and gauges across multiple cars. Additionally, the Porsche 992 GT3R has received improved cockpit vibrations. Not sure what that is, to be honest with you. I've spent so little time in this car. Maybe just the way I don't know. I got nothing. I'll let the devs detail that one at some point. Let's see. Handling and physics. Improved collision handling and restitution. Fixed collision cleanup when vehicles are teleported. Improved transmission, driveline, gear handling, and ignition stability and brake temperature issues. General physics cleanup and refactoring for stability and performance. LMDH. New tire revisions with improved grip and predictability on cold temperatures. Changes to the engine modeling for more realistic revving and inertia. Upshift, downshift tuning to go along with the previous mentioned change. Tuned brake balance and ABS settings. Updated tires for improved overall handling. GT3, GT4, and 992 Cup. Default brake bias changes to be more towards 50% with a change to rear brake sizes. User-created setups should be revised for this change. This is, I guess, what the default setup is now. Penalty system. Improved track limit detection margins and accuracy. Fixed incorrect penalties on Nurburgring, Nordschleife, and Lexington. Added safer detection of drivable surfaces outside track limits. Fix an issue that could cause players to experience a black screen when another player quits the lobby. Hi. That's me. We're going to find that out today. Vehicle damage has been enabled for ranked online mode. Let's see. I don't know anything. Dummies. I just show up to party. Let's see. Vehicle damage has been enabled for ranked mode. Okay, I know that was a big complaint for a lot of people. Further improvements made to the ranked online scoring system to prevent exploits. Fixed crashes related to invalid driver profiles in multiple menus. Added safeguards to ensure grid positions are correct. Fixed a potential soft lock issue that could occur when selecting events during leaderboard updates. Improved maintenance mode handling and network stability. Fixed an issue where the racing line could stop updating in online races when a player in the lobby became unready. Got it. Career mode. Improved validation for missing DLC, mods, and invalid configurations. Championships now only populate with owned tracks and valid grid sizes. Weather seasons now appear throughout career mode events. Weather conditions enabled, giving a chance of wet weather conditions. Running out of breath here. Start times have been reviewed to give more time of day variety, including nighttime. Got it. AI opponents. Improved braking logic, throttle response, and understeer-oversteer handling. Enhanced AI predictions using track, incline, tilt, and wet line speeds. Improved pit logic, pit stop logic, pit exit behavior. Added slip detection. See, I'm starting to falter now. Added slip protection and safer rejoining behavior after leaving the track. Fixed multiple issues related to AI behavior causing system crashes. Refined AI performance for closer, more consistent racing. Adjusted AI tire wear to better match player performance. Good. That's a big complaint too. AI's not getting the same penalties of just racing as the user would be. Tracks and environment. Added and refined ground collision materials to better support the penalty system across multiple circuits. Improved tree LODs, alpha clipping, and billboard optimization. Fixed texture issues, clipping, and LOD level of detail. Distance setting and color saturation on walls, curbs, and terrain. This was one that I had a lot of, I guess, critiquing on or complaining, whichever you want to call it. It was very, very easy to see loading lines and details really sort of like aggressively pop in. Where every game does it, it's just the nature of how the games work. But in this, it was very like firm line in the sand. This is where I'm loading, you know. Anyway, fixed micro gaps for ground surfaces across multiple circuits. Fixed shadow LOD inconsistencies. Improved exposure handling, including cockpit exposure and masking. Fixed rear view virtual mirror issues on consoles. Improved reflection quality and anti-aliasing in mirrors. Good. Fixed fog fade issues, black sky cases, and near fade artifacts. Ensured atmosphere quality can no longer be disabled. Got it. Fixed intermittent overlay rendering and outline issues. UI, improved minimap behavior and performance. My guess is they probably increased the frame rate. I don't know that. Enabled input display graphic on the bottom left to the HUD when using a controller. Got it. Input and hardware support. Jesus, there's a lot. Fixed controller calibration and dead zone issues. All right, for you pad users, you'll have to review that one because I don't play on pad at all. Improved thrust matcher and Logitech support. That's good. I'll have to ask what in particular these refer to because I have a lot of buddies and a lot of people I know play on Logitech especially. Added native support for the following devices: Phantom Pro pedals, Simjack UT pedals, Bash Pro H shifter, Simpson H shifter, PXN V10 Pro wheelbase, and A3 pedals. Pacorny GT3 button box, 3D wrap vintage paddles, stability and performance, improved robustness when loading profiles and missing or invalid data, corrected rounding errors in lap time calculations in Motec displays, improved thread locking and synchronization in AI rendering, numerous crash fixes and performance optimization or improvements across all platforms, improved handling of DLC tracks and vehicles when loading career mode, saves, and mods, added clearer validation and reporting for missing or incompatible content. Thank you for your support. We hope you continue to enjoy Project Motor Racing. Me as well. All right, let's fire this bad Larry up. Oh boy, I am out of breath. Which is just I can't even read chat. I'm all jacked up. Was just checking Simagic Wheelbase through your affiliate link. They have some really great deals. Yes, they do. That 992 is fun. You should try it. I have tried it, the default set. My whole thing is I judge a car a lot by its default setup. So if a default setup feels very, very, very way off, I tend to just not drive the car. Patch notes cardio. Exactly. All right, let's get in here. By the way, guys, we're just going to jump right into multiplayer. So, I should slow down when speaking. Nope, I got to get through it. So, the patch notes are available for everybody to read along with me. That being said, we're doing the multiplayer. I'm actually going to put that in Discord. Multiplayer, open, lobby, testing, join, exclamation point. And now I think I'm just going to close Discord because it's going to be distracting. So I'm going to jump in the LMDH. That's already what I can tell you. That's what I'm doing. Let me set up a lobby here. We'll get off Nords for the sake of not really hurting everybody's feelings off rip. Let's see. Sebring's a solid one that everybody likes, and I like Sebring, so... Let's see. Max players on, yada, yada, yada. First Gen Gamer, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Alright, so we're going to go LMDH, GT3, we'll add GT4 since that was... Oh, we still got the mod in there. Let's see... GT4, and I think we'll do the Porsche, where are we at? 992 trophy car, since that was also listed. Authentic assist, penalties on, damage on. We'll leave mods off for now. Confirm. We'll do spring average. Time progression will be 0. Confirm. Do 10-minute quali. Do 5 laps. Get in and out of these quick. We want to do some... Actually, you know, let's do a 5-minute quali. I lied. Because I don't want to spend a bunch of time, you know. Alright, lobby's going up, folks. Oil Slick, you are like 3 minutes too late for me speed reading the patch notes. They are listed on their website, and let me see if they've updated on their socials. I don't see it on socials yet. Let me check the Discord, see if it's updated in that yet. Doesn't look like we got anything on the socials yet. Hey, Eagles, welcome to the party, pal. What are people going to relentlessly complain about now if the patches showed up? Let's see. Are we back? 72% says yes. 28% says no. Well, at the very least, like the stream. And also, feel free, viewers, to keep on voting. And by the way, we're going to be going for a while doing this, because my goal here is, I've already, full transparency, I've already driven the ever-living bulb sack? Sure. I've already driven the LMDH quite a bit, so I don't really need to feel what's changed. That's you know, I'm good on that. For me, what I want to really stress is the lobby stuff, the servers, making sure that stuff is at the very least more stable than it was. Full transparency, I don't expect, and I don't think anybody else should either. I don't expect anybody to all of a sudden expect the lobbies to never crash or never have issues. For example, we tried playing AMS2 last night. That game is like what I would put at the top when it comes to polish, in terms of like a finished game that just doesn't need really any major fixing of any kind. And we couldn't get a single lobby going. Everybody would immediately get disconnected. So no one is immune to that type of issues. But obviously they were pretty consistent, repeatable issues that the game had that hopefully they've at least mitigated. Final sector, it was in there. I paused on that. Like, for example, they mentioned the black screen one. That's the major crash for the host. Well, the GT3 Audi really got a nerf. It lost 100 Newton meters. We'll see. Oh boy. I guess y'all, I'm going to stick to the LMDHs. I'm not getting in. GT3s, that's on you, boys. You can drive those. See how the balancing is on those. For me, my goal would be to have the LMDHs get to a really, really, really good competitive point, and that's the car I kind of want to stick to from a competitive standpoint. GTOs will always be my favorite to drive from just a pure driving experience in the game, but for me, competitively speaking and popular car speaking, I'm all about the LMDHs over the GT3s. Max power is fast. Gotcha. Newton meters is also comparable to foot-pounds of torque, different unit of measurement. So I'll do the conversion for you. Ah, it's bright. Oh my god, the first calculator I click on has to be annoying. So it lost 73 foot-pounds of torque, is what that means. Alright, I'm gonna probably ready us up now, even though I want the lobbies to fill up, but I know that it's an oddball time of day, so for these open lobbies, like for example, these pop off at nighttime, so tonight's gonna be the real grindy stress tester, but still, this is what I want to do right now. So the plan for today, by the way, is we're gonna be doing this for a good 4 to 5 hours right now, initially, and we're gonna get off so we can have, you know, a regular life, and then we're gonna get back on at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is typically our normal go-to to really try cranking out these multiplayer lobbies and fill the grid up. You know, we got 9, that's decent, but obviously the higher the player count, I don't think it has anything to do with the player count. It just increases the chances of someone having a compromised connection that could chain react and, you know, end the game. Alright, so far we made it to the track, which that was really never an issue, since that was only an issue in the very, very early builds, where you would get stuck traveling to track quite often, even as the host. This is going to be where we primarily fail. See if I hear audio for one. Cars are moving, so that's good. All right, so the biggest key takeaway here, so far we're good in this. This lobby's good. For the host anyway, the biggest issue, or not the biggest issue, but the biggest red flag, I should say, that your lobby has failed is when you're in this screen right here where you can edit your vehicle. There is 0 car audio and no movement on the grid. Like, you can't see other players leave. So when I would go to click drive, you would get the spinning wheel of death, and you'd either be in the sky or you'd have a black screen. So for me... Oh, and by the way, folks, I want to reconfirm when I do this, but when I click drive, yay! The tire pressure bug is fixed. So it's not mentioned in patch notes, at least not in detail, but I can confirm that the tire pressure bug that drove us all pretty mad is fixed. So there we go. We got the all right. So for those of you who are wondering, the socials have updated. Socials have updated. So I'm gonna run this car in full default form right now. Oh, get my mouse out of the way here and get that on screen. Get this updated. All right, here we go. I don't think I've driven the new one on Sebring yet, the new LMDH setup. Spent a lot of time on Monza, and then the Nordschleife, of course, because it's the Nordschleife. It sucks because, while yes, for me, testing on the Nordschleife is important, at the same time, I'm less likely to create problems for myself on the Nordschleife because I know the track better than the other tracks. So like Monza's, I think, the best test track for me because you have a lot of straights, a lot of mile per hour to test that, and hairpin turns going from, 180 miles an hour to needing to be in second or first gear. By the way, this is also default force feedback. No more oscillation. No more oscillation. And I do have a video prepped. I just don't know when to drop it yet. I think I'll drop it after the first stream of before and after. It's only a quick video. It's not like a very thorough review of before and after on the LMDH. It's just a quick little back and forth on Monza. For me, where a lot of the problems lied with the LMDHs was downshifting and using engine braking to decel. So Monza was a great track for that with me because you're going into those hairpin turns from 6th or 7th gear. You got to downshift quick. And I would always find that on Monza, I would lose the rear end of the car. Whoop! Yep, that's just bad driving right there. I didn't know what I wanted to do there and kind of... Let me see, where's my side ones? I don't want to get anybody's way. Alright. So, by the way, this bug here, they are aware of this bug still. They fixed it leaving the pits, but they didn't fix it on track when you stall, where the engine sort of struggles to get going. Unless they fixed it in the last 24 hours. But again, this is a default setup. So essentially, if I were to compare my Nordschleife setup, which was set up for a bunch of extra grip, but I lost a boatload of straight line power, this car now has the straight line acceleration in default form with the grip of like the setup car that I had before. And by the grip, I mean I should say stability, not so much just grip. I'm driving terribly, please ignore me. I'm not really focused too much on driving right now, as more so as I am just talking. Nope, that's not in this update yet. Join in progress. Alright. I don't even know what I qualified. I totally was not paying attention. I can turn my AC down. Or up or down. Hold on. Hold the phone. Ugh. Yep, don't have to bump the tires. Haha! That feels so good. Just not having to go into the setup menu just to cycle my tires. Anyway, rev the car up. So there are still some bugs with the LMDHs, primarily on startup. For example, the Valkyrie still operates like it's got a battery. Obviously, it doesn't have a battery. But like in this case here, to prevent the car from like leaving on battery at the start, rev the car up so the engine turns on in neutral, then pull your clutches in, then put it in gear. Or in this case here, wait for the... Oh, never mind. You gotta wait for the lights to turn on. I'm sitting here. Why is it not going in gear? It's making me look stupid. Anyway, make sure your car's on. And also make sure you leave it on the rev limiter the entire time the lobby is loading. That is the ideal way to start the race. There we go. Oh, shit. That's the advantage of not leaving on battery. Luckily for me, though, or I should say everybody else, I'm not actually good at driving, so it works out in the end anyway. Oh, brake too soon. Tires work a little better now, so you can brake a little bit deeper than prior. I wish Simagic would fix the software so my shift light would work, so I don't have to actually look at the shift light in the game. And that is on Simagic's side. My G923 works just fine. They're aware of it, though. God, this car drives so much better. Literally untouched. Untouched. When LMDHs work well, they feel great. I still think downshift protection is a little too protecty. Like right there, I wanted to grab second and it wouldn't let me. It only needs to drop like, I think, like I want to say like or raise up, I should say, a couple hundred RPM. Nothing crazy, but just a little bit more, and I lost it. All right, stay out of everybody's way. Alright, so let's see. Oh! Ah, now I'm just driving bad. Like right there, I wish I could have grabbed second. Oh, too aggressive. Boop. Son of a bitch, curbed it. Almost had a decent lap for once, too. Clearly, I've got some driving work to do. Sector, I'll get to you in a second, sir. I'm driving. And no, I don't have access to builds of the game, but I'm referring specifically to the LMDH car. Oh, about to hit the wall. Modding on PC is a wonderful thing. So you're able to figure out what's wrong with cars and what's not wrong with cars. And the LMDH I've been providing a lot of feedback on because I, well, for what it's worth, really didn't like the way it drove before. And now it drives fantastic. I just gotta learn how to drive it, though. They're still a little, at least on Sebring anyway. Sebring's a good track to test out, like, where you're gonna need some suspension adjustments. But again, this is a default car. So clearly, the rear end is still, at times, unstable. You gotta be a little bit careful with it. But if that was the default car in the last update, or last build, whatever you want to call it, it would be, forget it. It would be a disaster. AMS2, brand new to sim racing. I wasn't even done 100 laps yet. Have to join your next time, AMS2. Do I need to set up Discord to talk to you? No, I have a Discord, Clark. You can join. It's in the description below. But we jump in AM. Last night we had a miserable time with AMH2, which was unfortunate because that's like the default fallback sim for like open lobby stuff, where it nobody could connect. Everybody was completely taken out. No offense, but I really hope they don't make changes based on your opinions. It will become an arcade. Thank you, Sector. I appreciate that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. If you think they're making changes based solely off of me, you'd be wildly mistaken. I mean, you've made it pretty clear how you feel about me in the past, Sector. I see comments, so I'm not blind to that stuff. Anyway, boys, jump on in. Let's change up the track. Let's go. Spa's okay. It's not my favorite, but everybody loves Spa, so we'll do Daytona. Do Daytona. I'm a Daytona fan. Anything I want to change? Might do... I really don't care too much about qualifying right now, though, because I care more about getting in and out of games to test the servers, because that's what matters. We know that if I extend the qualifying 5 minutes, you have a higher chance of getting a better lap time. But that's not the goal here. The goal here is in a race, out of a race, in a race, out of a race. Repeat changes, back to back to back. Just want to feel the brake changes in GT3 they did? Yeah, I'll leave that up to you guys. You already know my opinions of GT3s. I'll leave the GT3s to the more avid GT3 drivers. I like faster cars. Also, if we're gonna talk about going back to Sector, your last comment, because that was a Ricky Bobby moment there, where, you know, when the people say, I'm saying with all due respect, doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Well, anyway, I was actually I didn't like when they made the Group C cars easier to drive. I liked that they were harder to drive. But I also understand real-life physics and how real-life things tend to work sometimes. And in real life, sometimes things are actually easier than video games make them out to be. Especially when it comes to relationships to tires and the concrete. Let's try soft tires. I'm just curious to see now from a heat standpoint how, since we're doing Daytona and it's a lot of mile per hour and a lot of high speed, which is going to heat the tires up. Let's see how the softs handle that. What? Ambient temp, track temp, 93. Also, clearly, the lobby's working. This whole time I haven't been on screen. What a dope. I told you I never said I was good at this stuff. Yeah, the softs, so in the previous setup or previous build, whatever, I really never felt a real advantage to softs over mediums in these cars. I'm sure there were scenarios where the softs were better, but it wasn't something that I could consistently feel like, all right, I have a grippier tire on this car. So, right now, I want to see how they handle heat, because that was something that was noticeable before. They would overheat faster, so I always ran them on mediums and just lowered the tire pressure a little bit. Oh. You've been saying for weeks the default settings need change on what? The LMDHs or what? Or on all the cars? There's some cars that the default settings are incredible on, and there's other ones that need work. But sometimes it's settings, and sometimes it's actual, like, you know, fundamental changes to the car that need to get made. And a lot of the changes that came to this car were like behind-the-scenes changes, not setup changes. Whoa, way too fast. Recovered, though. Wheel and hand point of view is new. If only I knew someone who donated a second camera to the cause, Mr. Rowdy Built. I like how I'm on the limiter in 7th gear right now. That's usually how it goes, K-Dog. That will change in time, though. if the servers are pretty stable right now, you're going to see a lot of people start picking the game back up. Because it's like I always try and tell people aren't watching something. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's obviously going to be hate watchers no matter what. They'll always exist across all medias. But, like, for example, oh, there's nobody playing the game. There's more people playing XYZ. Yeah, but no one's watching people play those other games because the people that are playing the other games, the games have been around forever and they're diehards. Whereas there's a bunch of people watching PMR, waiting for, you know, the reliability stuff to show up so that, okay, it's time to jump back in and give it a shot. Because most people, the silent majority of people anyway, they pick something up. If they don't like it, they just move on. So whether it's they don't like the game for the game, or the game isn't stable enough, or whatever the case is. How many of you have heard the expression, the squeaky wheel gets the grease? The vocal minority is the squeaky wheel. And there's a lot less of them than there are silent majority people. Hey, the braking feels fantastic in the GT3. It's probably because, you know, even though I had absolutely zero advice given on GT3s, it's probably my fault. I've been blamed several times for being responsible for this game getting easier. Eagles, if you're going to get the KS wheel, get the KS Pro. I will say that's a badass looking wheel. I wasn't a fan of the original KS, even though I don't have Moses stuff, but this was prior to getting Simagic. For me, I was when I was still on my Logitech base, I was interested in either getting the KS wheel, the original KS wheel, or the GT Neo. And I ultimately went with the GT Neo because it was priced the same, and it was honestly a better wheel, and it reviewed from like the guys who really review a lot of kits really well by comparison to the KS. However, the KS Pro, you know, that's another argument to be had now. I have not touched that one, so. Yep, I don't have to do anything. I just drive the car. I have to break the habit now of going back into the settings to cycle my tire pressure. I have to get out of that habit because I don't have to do that anymore. Don't forget, guys, rev your cars up in neutral. Get the engine started, or else you're going to leave on battery and you're going to leave real slow. Oh, okay. Bozo's name is pretty accurate. Is that what we're doing right now? Is that what we're doing right now? Who is this? I'm gonna drive slow for a second here. Got it. All right, we figured it out. All right, cool. We found out. Flex Nation, folks. Make them famous. That's what I wanted to see right there. That's why I went slow. What's always weird to me about that stuff is, like, you paid for the game. And you know, doing things online, especially when someone who's, like, on the internet at the moment. That's the equivalent of, what do you call it? Committing a crime on camera. That's an easy one, though. Well, we clearly know what he's trying to do. They're going to start popping back up left and right. That's how it goes. There's that second downshift. I'm going to probably still pull clutch out of it, though, just because I'm an aggressive downshifter. That's interesting. Actually, I'm just going to watch since I'm kind of out of this race now. Let's see what everybody's doing. This is the other guy that was just hitting me the whole time on the start. Curious to see if he's just learning the game and just not, you know, he's making mistakes, or he's intense. Clearly the other guy, Flex Nation, was what he was doing. This guy. How you doing, buddy? All right, I'll let the next lobby go a little longer for people to get in, because I do want to try and pile everybody in. I want to try and get to 20 people. Get this off screen. So, update on the votes. Are we back? 78% says yes, 22% says no. It looks like Bozo's just learning how to drive, so I wouldn't quite, unless maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd say he's learning how to drive. He's making mistakes and stuff. The only thing that, like, kind of makes me skeptical is that he has a 72 at the end of his name, just like Flex Nation does. But That could just be coincidence. I'm not gonna... That's not by any means any level of fact. I mean, so far so good, Karsten. We've only done 2 lobbies. Only done 2 lobbies. Oh, the race is over, that's why. I forgot everybody auto ghosts once the race is over. Yeah, my goal for today is to... is the TAA problem still there for spectating? What do you mean by the TAA problem? Are you referring to, like, the slight blurring that happens on camera zoom in and out? Because that's the only thing I've noticed on spectating that's specific to spectating. It looks, so far, it looks like it's better. Not gone, but it does look better. It looks less, yeah, the ghosting and the blurring. Yeah, it looks like it does it less, but it is still there. And that's one that, like, I don't know if that's ever going to be fixable. Truthfully, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it looks better. I'll say that. There's a lot of LOD bugs that I believe are also fixed as well. And that was a lot of, you know, a lot of feedback I gave some of the devs here and there was like, hey, look, this is a pretty jarring line of, like, you know, the environment loading in, fully rendering. Because every game has it. It's just the transition is a little bit smoother. So it's not as noticeable. And I want to say I've been paying attention to it right now, but I really haven't. But that might be a good thing. Because before, I would see it even if I wasn't looking for it. So... But overall, though, if you go back and look at videos of this game, when it first released, they've made a lot of visual improvement, and it happens almost silently. It doesn't really get mentioned. Because that's the thing, everybody holds patch notes to a very, very, like, specific standard. Like, oh, if they didn't mention this, it's not fixed. I didn't see the tire bug listed. It's fixed. You know? It'd be one of those things where, like, every time you change any line of code or whatever like that, although I do think the tire bug probably should have been, like, a mentioned one, just because that was one that bothered a lot of people, myself included. But that could just be from my own personal experience. All right, let's dogpile in. Let's get as much going, or as many people in the lobby as possible. All right, so where's this guy at? Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. Salute. Have a nice day. We'll give Bozo a pass. We got to further... He might just be learning how to drive. It's important to, like, if someone does hit you, to not immediately judge them. But that's why, with the other guy, I slowed down to wait for him. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go slow. I want to see what this guy does as he passes me. And he intentionally just drove me off the road. He could have easily driven around me. So, that was all I needed to see. All right, let's see. Well, let's test Zolder out. Let's see how track limits are on Zolder right now, because they were punishing before. Make sure they're on. I haven't seen anybody in the trophy card. Do you want me to change that? Because that was on the list of cars that they've changed, so that's why I've had... That felt amazing? Good. Yeah, guys, please feel free to leave feedback in chat, too, about what you think of changes and stuff like that. Because, you know, if there aren't devs watching, or whether... I'm sure there's devs watching everywhere right now. This is sort of like, hey, we just did this job. Let's see what people think about it. Alright, so let me... I'll leave those cars up for now if anybody wants to try them, because again, they were reported in the patch notes, so let's not change those up. Alright, boys. Dogpile in. Many of you as possible. I'm gonna leave the lobby open for a few minutes here before I ready us up. More slippy, or what that's called. They're not called slippy. I've never referred to a tire that didn't have grip as slippy. Slippery, maybe, but... Go back to my youngin' days, where the budget street tire was a Sumitomo. I forgot what model it was, but Sumitomo. It was like a $50 tire that had this insane level of grip, and it wasn't even like a low tread wear or anything like that. But I remember that was the budget tire. You could do burnouts on them, you could drag race, you could road race, you could do whatever you wanted, and they took it. Obviously, they weren't a competition grade tire, but for like a regular street tire, they were awesome. Sumitomo. Total garbage tire from like a quality standpoint. People, oh boy, people liking the LMDHs on Zolder right now. I'm only driving this LMDH because it's what I want to drive in terms of testing it out, but this is not a track I'd recommend LMDHing it up on, but hey, send it. Did they nerf the Audi? I believe so. I believe, was it Eagles who said they pulled 100 Newton meters of torque out of it or something like that? English is your third language? Cool. English is my first language, and I'm still bad at it, so you're doing pretty good. Alright, we got 14 in. I guess I'll ready us up here. That's a good bump. We went from 9, so... Also, if you are in the lobby, and you are in the stream, and you do get kicked out for whatever reason, report it. At least by report it, I mean say it in the chat so I know. Obviously, you can report it to, you know, Discord issues or whatever, but for my own curiosity's sake. You know what's great about sim racing, and I know this happens in other games too, but it really seems to happen specifically in sim racing, is multiplayer across the world. The amount of different countries and stuff you see in your lobby, you know, I think it's pretty cool. Because usually if I were to like fire up Call of Duty or something in the middle of the day, the lobby's filled with, realistically, a bunch of locals. There's also a lot of people playing it too, so that's part of it. But, you know, I would never... The amount of Australians and New Zealanders so far, another lobby solid. Good. Good evening, or greetings from the great state of Texas. Welcome, Shamrock. I am going to tweak my drive line. I'm going to max out the clutches, and I'm going to do just that, see how that feels. Oh, and also going to change tires. Appreciate the subs, Shamrock. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I might even... Do I want rear wing angle? I don't want to change too much at once right now. I really want to kind of see how one thing at a time does. Let's add... No, let's not. Let's leave it alone. Let's drive the car as close to default as possible for now. So... Oh, oh! I'm gonna give him the entry. Give them a little bit of distance. I want to test track. Oh, I can't do it on the outlap right now, but I'm curious to see how track limits are right now. God, these cars drive so good. I'll be very curious to see anybody who thinks these cars drive worse than they did before. I'm sure someone's going to complain, because that's what people love to do in this world, is just complain, complain, complain. That being said, though, I'm loving the way these cars drive right now. Which must mean they're too easy. Because, you know, amateur. Welcome, Ace Racing Rocks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody else's experience with lobbies, though? Because obviously I am just one person. So far I'm 3 for 3. All good. We haven't seen any ghosted cars. And believe it or not, I haven't seen any... we'll see when the Australians get in later. The Australians and the New Zealanders usually always, when they connect to my server, because I'm so much further away... the juddering car, like the hopping car, is usually a high ping situation. So I'll be curious to see if the high ping animation still looks like that. I feel like it probably should look like that. It's really hard to fix high ping issues. Like, I mean, I don't know how many of you remember PUBG. When it first came out on PC. I started with pre-alpha build. My very first time parachuting in on PUBG, I just parachuted through the map and died. I never even got to play the game. I had to wait for the next server. But, I mean, desync. I think I would want to say it was like 3 years before they fixed desync. Like in-game desync, where you'd be shooting at someone where they used to be, not where they are. Let me try and push the limits of Zolder here now on this. Just, I'm curious to see if I upset the track limits. Wish this under investigation thing would go away from the previous one. I'm honestly, as much as I'm like wanting to focus on track limits, I'm enjoying the car too much. I don't even care. I think you'll see these cars get popular. Or a lot more popular, anyway, than they were. I'm running default force feedback on it. It feels great. Feels great. And it was awful before. The oscillations, you could fix the oscillations by killing the mids and the lows, but then you also lost a lot of the, you know, near center feedback that you kind of want to feel. But it was the workaround. Now it just feels good. I don't have throttle or brake input showing. Yeah, I never have. I just haven't turned it on. ETR, if people want to talk about me, let them talk about it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. It's fine. I don't care. I'm literally just playing video games. If it upsets people, it upsets people. It is what it is. I've only been playing this for 3 weeks or so, but this is the best I have experienced so far. Yeah. I've only been in the LMDH car since this update, but you know, it feels good. Actually, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know how to turn on. I know they can be turned on, the inputs. I have yet to actually do it and know exactly where it is in the menu. I'll do it one day off stream, but for now, my goal for this is to just keep cranking on the servers. AI definitely was upgraded, ain't taking pull anymore. So they're faster now? If so, that's good. At the end of the day, you want to do, like, I don't make games, obviously. So I feel like if I were to be in charge of decision making in video games, though, I would obviously have my own vision of what I want to make. But then you also have to make money. So you have to factor in, okay, does my vision help me make money or cost me money? And then certain decisions, I go, okay, I might have to deviate from what I want to do because the mass populace of people want this specific thing, even though I don't want it. And then you have to kind of make a decision from there, you know? I don't know what I would do, honestly. But AI, I can tell you this. I play all the Sims back to back to back to back. The AI sucks in everything. They're never perfect. I don't think I've ever experienced perfect AI. But everybody has a different opinion on what perfect should be. Like, should the AI mirror real people? And what kind of people? You know? Good drivers, bad drivers, on a variety of drivers. What should the AI be like? I don't know. I don't have an answer. When they're too fast and they're lasers and they don't make mistakes, people get pissed. When they make too many mistakes and they're too slow, people get pissed. Can't please everybody. It's just never going to happen. All right, that's good. Oh, I think that one was fixed before, though. The next chicane here. Oh, no, that might have been that. I don't remember. Let's test this one out. Good. Good. All right, look at that. We'll go a little deeper next time until we find the track limit. But so far there, that was what I would consider to be a normal line on that chicane and no track limit. Before that, for sure, would have triggered a track limit. So that's good. This also might be my first time taking an LMDH around Zolder, so try to not judge me too harshly on my poor driving skills. I'm driving pretty tame too, just to kind of learn the car on the track, but I'm trying to cut the corners. Let's try this right there. All right, so that I was going to say, there's no way I'm not getting a track limit right there. So that's good. I wanted to make sure it wasn't like, you know, they didn't go too far, you know, where, all right, before that would trigger a track limit by following, say, the line, the ideal line, but, all right, it went away now, but now can I abuse it? So far, in my 2 laps, I would say pretty good. Whoop! That's just bad driving right there. I'm not giving my time back. Although, actually, you know what? Let me give it back. I want to see how if it's any better than before. Oh, okay. Guys, you gotta drive up. Well, the good note is the timer went down as soon as I slowed down. So it looks like, at least in that one instance, they've adjusted that. But in that process, someone drove through me. So now I'm back to being out of the race. That's another strange bug, too. So watch, right? Right now, I'm going to pull the clutches in. I'm in neutral. I'm going to pull the clutches in. Car will not rev up. Nothing will happen. As soon as I let the clutches out, the car starts revving. So, there's a few small weird gremlins with getting the car moving still. But, anyway, let me see if I can get going here. Oh, Jesus H. This is where the LMDHs are currently problematic with their array of bugs. I can't get it going back on the road. Oh my God. We'll get there. Austin Powers. He eventually turned around in that car, I'm convinced. Alright, here we go. We got it. Well, now we can really focus on track limits, since we're kind of completely out of this race now. So I'm going to abuse the system now and see. I want to watch it in real time without getting hit. What happens when I abuse a track limit and get a timed penalty. What it does. So let's cut this corner. Let's cut this corner. And now let's see what the penalty does. It should give me, only give me a warning. Guess time. I don't know how that's coded in there. I wonder if it's like time-based, would be my guess. If I haven't gotten a limit in a while, it resets it. So I just got another one back-to-back, so let's see what it does. Alright, so now, let's see, slowdown penalty. It went down. Interesting. Maybe it was just because I thought I was going too slow, period, but... Either way, they're going away now, which is better than before, for sure. Before, you would slow down, and it really wanted you to just hit the brakes and, like, essentially stop to get that timer to go away. So far, so good, Sora. So far, so good. Let this guy get some distance on me so I can mess around with the track limits here. Dinklage 7. I wonder if he's a Peter Dinklage fan. I am. Cut that corner, see how it does. Yeah, pass me, buddy. Pass me, pass me. I'm messing around with track limits, so I don't want to get anybody's way. It has a big part of, too, with the track limits, is if it aids you. Like, if you cut the track and you end up going faster because of it, then you get a penalty. But if you go off track and it doesn't aid you, then you don't get a penalty, which I agree with. That feels like, to me, I mean, that was like that in the last update. It just feels like it might be a little bit better now, a little more dialed in. But that's how it should be. It should feel like there are stewards judging, you know, your interactions with the track, and not just Skynet who wants to end the human race being the ones that judge you for your driving. Quite confident in this build? Good, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Because my favorite thing to do with this game right now is open lobbies. What I'm doing right now. And if this can be foolproof, I shouldn't say foolproof, that's probably a bit too firm of an expression. But if this can be solid, my nighttime stream will be this almost every time. So far, Oil Slick, we're doing good. We're 3 for 3. No problems whatsoever. Now, I've asked people if they're in my lobby and they're also in my stream, if they can report if they get kicked out or not. So far, no one's said anything, but I have no idea if consoles are able to save replays yet. No idea. The under investigation message was there last time. Never. So what do you, K-Dog? What do you do in this game? Do you do ranked or do you do single player stuff? I primarily do the open lobby stuff like this. I try to not be too competitive with my video games because competition tends to bring out the worst in people, and I just don't want to get caught up in that rabbit hole, you know? I get competitive with people that I know, like on a more personal level. That way I know I can get really competitive with them, and at the end of the day, we're buds and it doesn't matter. But people I don't know, I try to not go down that path with. All right, let's, so far, I'm going to explore Zolder a little bit more by myself, the track limits, but so far I'd say in that example, we're in a better state than we were last time. I know San Marino was pretty bad last time, but I'm not really a big fan of that track, so I don't know if I want to do that yet. I might explore that one by myself. Were there any problems on Bathurst? I can't remember any track limit issues on Bathurst. You got Shamrock. Were you in an LMDH, Shamrock? Because if so, you have to rev the car up first. I mean, we should do Nurburgring GP because I'm so bad on that part of the track that I need practice, so we should do that. GT3? Gotcha. All right, I'll leave it up to you guys. We'll do the GP track first. And then we'll do Silverstone, sorry. Ring average, yep, let's keep everything the same. Start time really don't matter, but sure. Has anybody tried GT4 or the 992s yet? I'd be curious to hear if there's any feedback on that, if it's better, worse, the same. Yeah, the neutral starts is how you get the LMDHs going. You have to leave them in neutral, rev them up to get the engine started, because for some reason they're aware of it, to my knowledge. Some of the startup issues with the LMDHs still. But they don't work right off battery a lot of the time. $117 players now, highest since mid-January. Good. He might not have taken you out on purpose, Ro. He might just be learning, because you have to understand, too, sometimes it's very easy to get caught up in, is someone just, are they malicious, or are they just learning how to drive and don't understand the game yet? Because remember, this is a very easily accessible game to a lot of people. That's the one downside to it being accessible on every platform. So you're like, if this was PC only, the barrier to entry is a little higher, so you tend to get people that have a little more experience in sim racing trying a new game, whereas in a game like this, everybody who's picking this game up is coming from either Forza or Gran Turismo 7. So if you didn't like the way people drove in those games, there's a good chance they're going to migrate from that. So, now maybe they were malicious, and maybe they were, you know, we've already seen one today. Because, like, for example, Bozo is in here. He hit me at the start of Daytona, and I wasn't sure if it was intentional or not, but then, so far, he's been in every lobby, he's been fine. So, that was just accident, learning, whatever the case. But there was someone else, whose name I already forgot, Something Nation, who punted me hard in the first turn, and then I was like, okay, that seemed, like, unnecessary. And then it looked like they were waiting for me to pass them. So I passed them. I was in an LMDH. They're in a GT3. I slowed down. And they had plenty of room to go around me. And they just punted me right off the track again. So, boom, blocked. Bye. Have a nice day. Yes, Flex Nation. That's the one. Four for four, Sora. As soon as I hear the car audio when the lobby populates, I know I'm good. Oil Slick, would you say the visuals look any different? I have it on PS5. I just haven't turned on my PS5 yet to update the game. Would you say it looks any different on PS5 or the same? What track are we on? Oh, the GP. I think I'm gonna go... Softs. Save this setup as EJR base, which is just... tires and clutch. And then do this. Max out downforce. Save that. Max downforce. Confirm. Alright. Let's take that for a rip. It depends on what I'm doing. It's hard to say, K-Dog, because like I have to, when I stream, I'm streaming off the same computer I game on, so I lose about 20% of my frames right off the rip. But when I haven't obviously tested this patch because I've been live the whole time. But previous to this patch, I would, with a full grid of AI and DLSS, no frame gen, I would get 150 to 180 frames, depending on how populated the scene was. Max settings, 4K. With frame, right now I run frame gen X4 because I never want to see a dip ever below 144 ever, because I'm a prude like that. But if I did like a frame rate lock at 120. At actual max settings, I would never go below that. So, but I'm also on a 5092, so I'm speaking from the opposite end of the spectrum from like a, you know, a rational setup. This is my like... We might actually have a little too much downforce now, because now I don't feel... Yeah. I'm going to actually take the downforce out of it. She's pushing the nose pretty aggressively right there, so let's go back. Load setup. Let's just go base, so no downforce. That way we can maybe rotate the rear end a little bit better. Some of that was probably my driving too. so bad on this track. I do have to spend some time learning the GP circuit. I just don't want to. That's the biggest problem. I have to really, really enjoy a track to want to learn it. But I understand that's a bad mentality to have because in a lot of scenarios, you're forced to race tracks you don't want to. I might even be able to turn TC down a little bit. I don't think I've ever done that in these cars. I mean, I've turned it off to test, like, certain things in the tires, but I've never, I don't think I've ever turned it off or lowered it to race the car. Yes, there is an Evo update as well, Saki. I did watch some streams on it today, and I saw a lot of the people complaining about things that I complained about when I've tried it in the past. Massive frame rate loss out of nowhere. You know, they added Watkins Glen, and Watkins Glen's one of my favorite tracks. I was like, all right, maybe I'll fire it up to try out Watkins Glen, and I saw some guys going from, like, 130, 140 frames down to, like, 20, 30 frames in certain turns. So, and then that on top of the whole getting rid of... The one reason I was looking forward to Evo was the single-player aspect of it. The economy and all that, you know? Because there is a certain niche that does kind of... Or a certain itch that scratches. I don't need every game like that. Obviously, the driving experience is the most important, but for me, Evo, I was looking at Evo as like the, okay, this is the Gran Turismo 7 replacement. So street cars and single-player economy system. And they already scrapped half of that, so. We'll see. I wouldn't count Evo out, but so far it hasn't pulled me in for any repeatable desire to play it. I've played it every update. I'll play the 0.5 update at some point, but I'm pretty confident I'm going to go into it expecting the same thing it's been for the past few updates. More problems than unique goodness. Go from LMDH to GT4 and it feels like you're crawling around the track? Yeah. I don't think I've ever driven a GT4 in this game outside of, like, release day. I don't drive GT4s in anything. Oil Slick, what are you driving right now? I didn't see it. Or maybe I did and I forgot. Actually, I could probably just look on... Actually... There, you're in an LMDH. Got it, yeah. I could just look on the screen right in front of me. I actually found that locking up was harder for me, Oil Slick, in these. I found that I was not doing enough braking with these tires. Game feels a ton better than yesterday, no doubt. Good, good, good. As long as the feedback is honest, obviously good feedback is a good thing. People keep talking all the time about wanting to get bigger, like, names to start playing the game again. I'm like, none of that matters. What matters is the game has to get to a really, really good point, and then the rest of it will happen naturally. People will just start picking it up, you know? Streamers will give it a shot and go, wow, this is actually pretty good. Maybe, you know, like a big name might play it off stream and go, that was actually a pretty good experience. Maybe I'll stream this. You don't want to force anything. Just let it happen naturally. Something my my old wrestling coach used to tell me growing up. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And it's the truth in every aspect. Racing... Oh, this is interesting. I definitely need to make a non... Like me, I'm having a bunch of understeer. So I'd say maybe set up for, like, say, front grip. Trying not to get too aggressive here. Any opportunity I have to pass, I'm letting him settle in, and last thing I want to do is try and get aggressive on a turn I shouldn't get aggressive on and pit him. Oop, 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 oop. Pump those brakes, quite literally. This car feels so smooth. I still wish there was a little less downshift protection. I said that earlier. It doesn't need much. Oh, this turn. One day I will remember this turn. I only locked up once so far, oil slick, and I panic braked hard. Are you running default setup or your old setup? If you're running your old setup, don't. Start over. Zero visibility, yeah. Oh, I overshot this. Overshot the shit out of this. I was waiting for that person. I was trying to let him pass, but it looked like he might have crashed too. Oh boy. I gotta figure these lines out. I'm so bad at this track, man. That's because AJ, you probably I'm terrible on this track. Anybody ever seen a any kind of road race between an experienced rider on a 600cc bike and an inexperienced rider on a 1000? The guy in the 600 dances around the guy on a 1000. And in every way is the 1000's the faster bike. The person driving or doing the riding matters more than the car itself. Always. Overall feeling of the update, with so far everything I've done, which isn't a whole lot, I mean, we're solid right now. We are solid. Both in game and in my pants. I mean, what? No, just the game. The game's great. Game's solid. These first couple little S-curves here are like my kryptonite on this track. Luckily, it does seem like the rear is a little more planted in an oversteer situation. So it slides, but it will re-grip back up, which was a big complaint I had about it before, is that once it starts to slide, the tires never re-grip. And if anybody thought, like, you know, when a competition, a warm competition tire of any kind loses grip and starts to slide, that it can never re-grip. That's what I love about the GTOs in this game. The tires feel real. They're the best. The GTO class, specifically the Mercury Cougar, because that's the one I drive the most, is the most authentic feeling tire I've ever felt in any level of video game, period. Because in real life, I've had a lot of V8 rear-wheel drive cars, and you can drive through oversteer very, very easily. And it's one of the few cars, or classes of cars, where oh, this is not the turn I thought it was. Damn it. Luckily, I recovered it. But, you can drive through oversteer really well, and that's why I like them. Catching slides is much easier, yeah. The tires feel in the rear like they're working more accurately to a real tire. Like, a lot of people like to disagree with me on tires, and that's fine. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm cool with it. But tires are something that I've had a fair amount of experience with on different things. Tires are incredible things. They really are. The technology in tires is incredible by itself, and it's a round piece of rubber. Carbon fiber carcasses, all sorts of crazy shit. How the carcass heats up faster and slower in some kinds of different carcasses, and blah, blah, blah. There is so much technology in tires. And for some reason, video games have a really hard time translating that. This turn. I get this turn confused with the other S-curve. That one there, you can carry a good amount of speed through. The second one, you have to slow down for. And that's the one I confused last time. And did not do that. So far, overall, what's everybody think who's played it? I haven't felt anything I think is worse than before, that's for sure. So far, I don't want to jinx it. So far, knock on wood, this feels like a bit of a 2 steps forward, no steps back type patch. Which all the previous patches have always had the 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of vibe to them. This feels pretty good. Yeah, I'm slow on that track. Tactical Strap had me by over 2 full seconds. At least on the fastest lap. Oil Slick, are you asking if the connection is stable now? Of course. All right, so I had a feeling. I let the first person into my server, in my Discord, that didn't answer the question correctly, but I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot, and it's a bot. Total bot. Every separate channel in my Discord got the same exact for sale post of a camera. Use the bathroom quick. Sora, in the likely event that we do get a crash, you want the log file? Are we back to that? All right, so we're gonna go. All right, if it crashes, get the lock. Gotcha. Shamrock, rejoin if you got kicked, because we're still in the lobby. I haven't done anything yet. All right, so let's go. Here we go. Also gonna, hey, AJ, how's the, this is the first time you're driving the trophy car? First time, got it. Let's let a few people get in here and then I'll ready us up. Appreciate y'all participating, by the way. Yeah, we can do LMP. Right, we'll do LMP next race. I'll add LMP. I'll substitute in one of the cars because I want to, right now we got one GT4 guy. I don't want to bounce him off that car. So far, it looks like people are liking the LMDHs. And we have another successful lobby here, so that's good. That's good. Alright, I think I'm going to turn the line on and test that out. I also need it a lot of the time, so judge me. Don't really care. Let's see. Depending if I want to make any changes to the car. I really want to try and overheat the softs. We're doing sprint racing here, so realistically, with the exception of the Nordschleife, 5 laps on any track, you should be fine on a single set of softs, so... Let's see how we do. Some people are reporting that the issue with the tire pressure still persists. Interesting. I haven't experienced it at all yet. But I can count the amount of times that I've pitted, so... I can tell you that the tire pressure does not change in between quali, practice, the race, getting in and out of the car. Whoa, hello. Has anybody dabbled around with ranked or single player yet? Because obviously you've seen as we've been live. All we've done is this, so... Ranked was fine. How's the scoring of ranked? I mean, I know it, again, we've only been, what, an hour or two? Like the track, I know a lot of people are complaining about ranked tracking. I don't know if that's been rectified. I've been avoiding ranked personally myself, just because I don't feel like entering into a try-hard mode just for it to not work correctly, you know? So I've been sticking to the much more casual stuff. Have you driven it yet, Oil Slick, or is that what other people are saying? Instant 1 second plus faster? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't feel like torque would slow them down quite a bit. I mean, if we were in, like, some form of, autocross track or something where you're really lugging it at low RPM a lot, then I could see that happening. But a lot of these tracks, if it's revving out the same RPM roughly, making the same horsepower, it's still gonna sing. You know, it handles so damn good. That's, I think, where it's... I honestly think that's where it's more OP than anything else, is the way it handles. It feels like it's on rails. So we got 13 people in. Has anybody not made it into a lobby yet? I'm just curious. Well, you can make the argument, Eagles, that horsepower is always calculated from torque. Because horsepower is technically a measurement of torque, but the game can code whatever they want, essentially. So, if it pulls the same in the higher revs, but it's only slower down low, then it's really not gonna affect too much. AJ, how's the car? What does wild mean? Mean wildly out of control or wildly fast? Yeah, no, there's not going to be triple screen. They'll announce when there's triple screen support. This patch was primarily on fixing what's already here. Adding features is not, in my opinion anyway, people can disagree. Adding features is never a priority when what you have already here has problems. I didn't expect triple screen support this go around, not even close. I was hoping for stable lobbies, and so far, so good. So far. Oh shit, didn't see him. Probably look on radar, huh? Thought I was clear to my left. Dummies, what about the Logitech stuff? Because my buddy's on a Logitech Pro, so... on PS5 anyway, so... he's been wanting to play, but he's not in, like, a rush to play. He's just waiting for it to, like... for me to give him the word, basically, you know? He already has the game. He's just, he's a busy person, so when he spends his time sim racing, he doesn't want to deal with, like, a lot of the problems we've been having. Whoa! My bad, just go. I was heavily distracted by the Don Mirko there. Did he drive through me, it looked like? Don Mirko? Because that would be the second time he did. See, I don't know. I have is it a direct drive thing? Because I have the G923 that I can run on my PS5 and my PC as my, like, spare wheel. But I don't have a personal direct drive anymore. And they are coded differently, completely. So, they are not... Like, the RS50 and the DD, they are pretty much if one has a problem, the other one has the problem. But the G923 is completely separate from it. At least it should be, anyway. That's why they both have, like, G923 mode and stuff like that you can put them in. This track is just difficult enough to not be able to pass someone when you have a better line on them. So you kind of got to just bail on it. Second time in that turn. Not trying to hit you, I promise. He goes wide and cuts in hard. Oh my god, I'm looking behind me. Alright, I'm just going to spectate for now. Doing too many things at once. It's too hard to focus on just the race. Kenobi reports the car is on slow motion like a few updates ago, and some Logitech confirmed that. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, Eagles, that's where I would imagine they would have to change the car. Is it's overall, however that's coded, I have no idea. So that the car is slower on the big end. Or make it handle, I don't know, I don't know exactly the proper way to BOP a car. But I feel like taking, like, low-end grunt out of the car, like if that's where it's truly affected, wouldn't do too much, because that car can stay singing in the high RPMs or high RPM and still handle like it's on rails, you know? Oof. Gamer Muscles video went up about an hour ago about AC Evo. Says, update, this feels ... aimless. Not good. I will say Gamer Muscles is one of the few guys that's been in the sim scene for a minute that I actually do kind of listen to. Because a lot of his views align with mine, and let's face it, that's how echo chambers are, right? We don't want to be told we're wrong, we want to just talk to someone who says we're right. But now I find that a lot of the other, the bigger names out there that do a lot of reviewing tend to feel a bit too tribal. That they either pick to love something or pick to hate something. Like, for example, I watched a few Evo streams this morning, and I'm listen, I don't want to talk negatively about the game because it's still in super early access, but things did not look any better than what I have been complaining about personally with that game. I'm on, you know, arguably the best computer components you can get for gaming, and I'm experiencing horrible gameplay. Memory leaks, frame rate drops. I can't even get to the point of potentially enjoying what they've given me because of how bad it runs. But anyway, enough about AC Evo. I'll give it a fair shake when the time comes. So far, our Discord's reporting some pretty positive feedback. That's good to see. You know? Provided it's earned. That's always the thing, you know? God, there's so many Discord comms. Oh. What are you talking about, Seaberg? Lag, question mark. Got 94 votes in chat so far. Are we back? 79% say yes. 21% says no. Feel free to continue to vote so far. I would recommend at least answering honestly or not at all if you have not been able to make your decision up. Good job, Shamrock. Good job. Can't park there, mate. So far, I'm pumped on the lobbies, man. I am absolutely pumped on the lobbies. Because if just the lobbies by themselves, if they're strong now, That's going to make the evening streams just so much more enjoyable to get through. Hold on, I'm going to do this. Edit video. All right. Let's see. What do we got now? Do Mossport. Quick little track. Get in and out of this lobby quick. Do you want me to switch over to, hold on, I lost the chat here. That, for what it's worth, AJ, you lose control of the car when you cross the finish line. So that could potentially be a new bug from the AI. Because once you cross the finish line, it doesn't matter. You no longer have control of your car. How long am I going to stream? A couple more hours today for sure. And then I'm going to get back on again tonight at 11 and do another round of this. I'm going to substitute the GT4s for LMPs since that was requested. Legolas, who are you in the lobby? Just so I know who to crash into intentionally. No, I'm just kidding. So far today, we only had one intentional rammer, so that's good. Get rid of him. Don M. Yeah, oddly, you drove through me 2 times. Did it look like that on your end, too? Like, literally ghosted through me. I mean, here's the thing, Oil Slick. You're never going to 100% eliminate dropouts going into lobbies. The most advanced, like, look at the best games out there. People to get disconnected all the time. It's lobby issues all the time. What they need to do, in my opinion, this is what I was saying prior, was that the host needs to have the most stable connection because they're the host. And then if someone gets bounced out for whatever reason, they need to add the feature to be able to join in progress. That way, oh, I didn't make it in, I'll just re-enter. Because that happens all the time. Disconnects. All the time. So, hopefully, soon, that feature is added in to further support the lobby, you know. But I feel like that's going to be a bigger sort of task than we're possibly giving it credit for, you know. No, yeah, it's weird. I wonder if that's a connection thing. I'd have to ask if they have like something built into, like, if ping is too high, you'll automatically ghost to avoid, you know. Because it's only been you, Legolas. You're the only... It's been 2 times now. It doesn't do anything. You literally have driven right through me. With no effective impact or anything like that. I haven't driven the trophy car yet, ETR. So perfect. Another lobby we're in. Use the bathroom quick. Oh, mama. Synthwave was such a great addition. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Synthwave for me is my, like, synergy music. It just keeps me relaxed. Let's see. I want to make any changes here. I think I'm going to try mediums on this track. Because this track heats up tires real quick. All right. All right. I figured they were going to cut... At that time, of course, I figured they were going to cut across. I'm never going to be able to qualify at this rate. don't know if I might have enough time for one. I might. Yeah, I think I can get one more. No, it's overtime. Never mind. How did it feel? ETR. Single player. Good luck, folks. Good luck. All right. Give it the old college try here. So far, John, yeah, we haven't had a single host issue yet. I'm actually trying to jinx it right now, by the way. I'm trying to speak so confidently that I break the game. Break it. Because I have a very powerful jinx. So, if my jinx can't do it, I'd say the net code is pretty strong right now. For the host, anyway. I'm gonna go back and watch stream, make sure that wasn't my fault. Didn't feel like it. Yeah. Whoever is in the Valkyrie did it. Looked intentional. And there ain't no Valkyrie in the lobby right now. Found another rammer. Hysterical. So if you go back and look at the stream, it was a guy in a Valkyrie. He punted me and then quit. He didn't punt me. I apologize. He pitted me. Straight, I'm going dead straight, and he just cut into me and pit me. Looks like a Danny. Yeah, Legolas, it seems to be specific to you. Danny 1704 1985. Rammed, then quit. Keep your eye on that name, folks. That name right there, I just put in chat. Keep your eye on that one. Yeah, that was, if you go back and look at the video, that was an interesting one. He's to my quarter panel, I'm going straight, he's going straight, and then you can see in my rearview mirror and in the radar, he just goes, hits me, punts me, and then he goes back left and just continues to ram everybody, and then as soon as that's done, he quits. You're good, Shamrock, you haven't done anything wrong. Alright, I think it's time to go to the Nordschleife. I'm gonna stress you all out now. Yeah, game, this is definitely some solid improvement. This guy right here. The Italian, eh? Danny, 1704, 1985. Pitted, wrecked the race, and then left. Maybe his wheel exploded. His real wheel. Alright, let's change the track. Nordschleife. Do 2 laps. Uh-oh, people are running away. They're out. Yeah, there's definitely been some rammers today. A lot of people probably jumping back to the game. So you're getting all kinds, you know? I'm just curious. This track does tend to push people away. So far, Seaberg, we're solid. And I'm going to heavily put the jinx out there right now. We have not had a lobby crash from the host side yet. Jinx. 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 I want to say it. Everybody in chat, say it with me. Jinx. We want to break the lobby. We want to put as bad of a curse on this lobby as possible right now. To see if it crashes. How dare I? See if if the game can make it past my jinx, we're in a good place. That's all I'm saying. PMR's netcode is officially more powerful than my Jinx. So we're in a good place right now. Oops. Get this silly ass line off. I don't need it for this track. This thing away from me. Default tires. I like it. Can't park there. Yeah, Seaberg, read the patch notes when you get a chance. There's a lot there. And they don't mention all the things I've noticed, too. Alright, I'm gonna wait till the race. Do you realize there's no such thing as jinxing, but you do you? Do you not believe in putting things out there? At all? Positive mental attitude, negative mental attitude? I'm just saying. No crash for me. One step at a time, Oil Slick. One step at a time. John Ramsey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Alright, hopefully we make it out of turn 1 safely. It's all good, Matthew. It's all good. Still out there, anybody? Yep, one more. So far, Sora, we're doing pretty damn solid. No failures on the host side yet. I can't report on anybody else. Only on what others may or may not say. Change your name to Sir Crash-A-Lot? Not a bad idea, sir. Not a bad idea. I feel like Oil Slick, like it's timed. Like if you go a while without getting a track limit, it doesn't hand out a penalty right away. It's just a warning. That's my guess anyway. I don't know how the logic works. Never gonna make 2 laps. You'll be fine. I could burn up hours on this track. I think, have the devs earned a round of applause yet? Or is it just on to the next problem? I feel like they're allowed a couple beers this weekend. Where next batch? That's unfortunately how it's always gonna go, though. Like I said, I would never want to be responsible for a video game by today's standards. You see the hate I get for playing a video game publicly. Imagine if I was making one. There's no wonder why so many people in the world want to live in the middle of nowhere with zero technology. People's opinions just find you. Oil Slick, I think you've got enough here to start a league. I'm gonna start a sprint league. 100%. As long as I do think I agree that we need join in progress, but I think join in progress is much more important than, say, a penalty, you know, logic explanation or things like that. Simply because as long as the host doesn't crash and the host is stable, if somebody does disconnect, they can just simply rejoin, you know? I would, in the meantime, Oil Slick, maybe look into some way of, like right now, use Streamlabs. I would, right now, I would hit record on this, and I could save this. And I'm saving it as its own file. It's not through the game, I'm just saving what's on screen, you know? Yeah, what's, Hey, D3J Wiz, if you're going to abandon the run, do you mind going? Thank you, appreciate it. What was I gonna say? How come you don't have Discord? All things considered, I'm not saying you got to be part of like some fan club or anything like that, because honestly, I never even was part of any big group of Discord until very recently. I always just did it as very small groups and stuff like that. But it's such a convenient program. Ever since, yes, this is PMR Azure. Personal reason, but you stick to Facebook? Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. I have 0 Facebook, but I like my Discord. But I also don't use the program essentially for, like, social stuff. For me, it's primarily comms and information. Like, the day Discord adds the ability to leave a post, like, I'm gonna give my useless opinion on something that nobody cares about, and I'm gonna make everybody look at it, is the day I stop using Discord. Oop. Braked a little late on that one. Car drives so damn good. I'm hosting tomorrow night and tonight. Yes, sir. The handling, by handling you mean the servers, yes. If by you mean the LMDH cars, yes. And that's all I can say. That's all I've done so far. That's my jam. That track, with, I don't want to say every car, but most cars, I don't need to race anything else ever again. I really don't. Every other track can literally piss off. That was almost a 5-second lap. 6:08.80. I'll get my 5-second lap out of this car. I'll find that 8 seconds. Yeah, Sora, that track will... I could be talking, doing all sorts of other things on another track. As soon as I get focused in on Nords... DQ's probably quit. Because it'll post up the same way. If they get bounced out of the server or if they quit. I mean, some of them might gotten disconnected, I don't know. But, I don't mean to brag, but low-key brag, little tiny baby brag. 2 laps, 0 track limit. That's my jam. All right, all done bragging. Back to I suck. But yeah, even over Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen's one of my favorite tracks for short track racing, for sure. But nothing to me will ever beat the Nords. When you kind of figure the Nords out and start getting in a rhythm on it, it really is the best track. Just try to join the Discord. Let me go look at my Discord here. All right, approvals have been met. Or given, I should say. Could learn to like it, but it's too narrow to love. Sorry, AJ, but hard disagree. Once you learn, it's not about learning to like it. It's when you start to figure it out. I hated Nords when I first raced it. I'm like, this track is suicide. This track is so people go to die. And then I slowly started to figure it out, and then it kind of just sort of started making sense. And now, the feeling I get when I lock in to Nords, it compares to... Nothing can compare to it. Nothing can compare. But thank you all for giving it a solid shake. That's definitely my fastest lap, though, in an LMDH on in this game, for sure. For sure. See, my thing, most of my experience with this track comes from solos, time trials, setting up a car and trying to get to the lap time out of it as fast as I can go. That's where most of my practice on Nords has come from, not racing people on it. Let's see. You know, let's hit you guys with Spa. I'm terrible on Spa. I know everybody likes Spa, so we'll do some Spa. I couldn't tell you, Eagles, on the scans. I'll be honest with you, I don't pay much attention to that stuff. Who has the most accurate scan and this, that, and the other thing. They all feel pretty much the same to me when I get on Nords in just about every sim. Maybe I'm not looking for changes, I'm just enjoying it, but for the most part, though, I don't really notice too much. Unless what I notice is, like, landscape on the side of the road is different, but the track itself, I never really feel like it's any different. You've done 50 laps IRL. You're officially my, like, I am envious of you, Eagles. It's official. You already heard me in Discord today. I'll take a scooter down that track. That's a bucket list for me. Going down Nords in real life. I would love to build a car and then bring a car there, but that's just a nope. I'll rent a car or something. Figure out however the insurance works, and I'll rent something to go down the track. But, because I really want to build a Monster Miata, or for you non-Americans, a Monster MX-5. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, though, but I want to build a sub 2,000 pound go-kart with about 500 or so horsepower, naturally aspirated, and wide body, get as wide a tire on it as possible, front and rear. And just make it a cage on wheels. That's what I want to build. You're only 1 minute slower than a good driver in your car? I feel like that might be facetious. Might be a little sarcasm in that. I can tell you this, no matter what I ever took around Nords, my first lap would be the slowest lap you have ever seen recorded. I would just drive the track and enjoy the sights. Hey, crashed 57 times in Gran Turismo right there. This is going to be a much harder... That's the thing, right? I think we all can agree that Nords is a harder track than Spa. However, I am way slower, ratio-wise, on Spa than I am on Nords. Was that in the BMW, Eagles? Another successful lobby. Alright, let's try this again. See, I'm gonna take a lap without the line, and then I might put the line on. We'll see. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. First Eau Rouge. Easy! Arcade game now. I ruined it. Oh, braked way too early right there. Way too early. Well, you were here when I was told. So I'm building a fan club unintentionally. Car feels awesome right now. Oh, saved it. Couldn't do that before. Couldn't save a car. Arcade game now. Ruined. What the hell? Who's that? Who is that? Interesting. Oh, here's the thing, guys. I'm sure the game right now is riddled with, like, little micro bugs. Bed bugs, if you will. But as long as there's not, like, a, you know, massive hornet's nest... I'm trying to think of a good bug analogy. It's not working out very well. They're gonna be... I mean, pick your favorite sim. They're still getting rid of bugs. They come and go. There's a reason they're called bugs. Damn, I only did a 233 on Spa? God, I suck at this game, huh? But yeah, no. Game is... This is what I was hoping for. And so far, so good. I told a lot of people this too, maybe on the sidelines, but I mean, the thing is realistically, when I say something, most people tend to think I'm full of shit. And that's fine. I accept that. But I said many times, most of the bugs that are in the game prior to this patch are still going to be there because the heavy focus is on server stability. If all hands on deck are working to make the servers not be problematic, who's gonna make all the other bugs go away? Besides hopes and dreams. Now that this massive problem, I don't want to say is fixed, but we haven't experienced it yet to say it's there anymore. They seem confident that it's gone, and so far, we've been playing all day. We're you know, what are we at? Oh, we're 3 hours, 45 minutes in. Call 3.5 hours. And no problems so far. So, now that this major game-breaking bug, or problem, seems to have been resolved, now the team can kind of deviate a little bit and focus more so on, say, specific tasks. Yay, nay. Evan's full of shit. And I agree, work doesn't end for them because they fixed this. You gotta get right back to work. However, they deserve an attaboy and a few beers over the weekend to have a good time and relax, reset, come back in hard Monday, and get back to work. That's called working. But there is nothing worse than when you work all day on something and then you actually do the job and, well, and then your boss immediately says, okay, go do that now. It's the shittiest feeling. Hey, good job getting that done. You did a really good job. I do have more things to do, but hey, for now you did a great job. Oh yeah, if this was before, I'd have crashed like 8 times already. But either way, we're in a good place now. All right. Game is looking better every single patch. It's never like, holy moly, the graphics are way better now. It's always a little bit more. A little bit more. And every patch is going to be like that. A little tweak. A little tweak. Here's the thing, dummies. I'm gonna call you D. I'm gonna call you D. Realistically, people coming back to a game, people don't not play a good game. No matter how much they say they're not gonna. For some stupid reason, grudge, whatever it is. If this game gets to a point where it's a really good game, it's naturally gonna accrue players. Look at Forza, for example. Forza right now is dead. It's completely dead in terms of its development. It's done its over. What you see is what you get. And there are a bunch of people playing it that wished it was still being developed because now it's finally in a place where they enjoy it. But it's over. My bad. That was probably my fault. I'll take the ownership on that one. Wasn't looking at my radar. Alright, that I don't know what's happening. That I don't understand. All right, all right, all right. Got stuck in the or the dirt right there. I need Google Maps to get through this crowd. Holy moly. If that wasn't a dad joke, I don't know what was. Yeah, give me a sec. How do you see the front clip? Oh boy. There you go. Oh, knew it. I lost my camera. I lost my camera. Force feedback knocked my camera over. Hold on, let me try and fix this. Oh no. If it's like Streamlabs, I don't think this camera's gonna work for the rest of the day because it came unplugged. Let me see if the camera comes back now. Oh! We got it back. Is this working? Yep, that's working. Alright, I'll have to adjust that. It's clearly not right. Move me quick. Configure. That looks good. All right. Well, we're back. Now my car is all jacked up right now. That's actually, not for nothing, pretty damn funny. That's what happens with an Alpha EVO Pro wheelbase when you hit a wall in this game. You shake the whole rig. I am so far out of this race, it's not even funny. So for the guys that have been driving LMDH, better or worse? Don't go by me. Don't go by me. I'm an arcade racer. Nope, nope, nope. We tried. Alright, there's no point. Car's busted up. I'm an arcade racer. Where's that coming from? It's not worth it. Not worth entertaining. Too wicked. It comes down to the fact that I had input on the way the LMDH is, like, some of the problems. I was very active in helping them find problems with the car, because the car had a lot of issues. And I wasn't the only one, by the way. This wasn't like I developed the way this car drives. Nothing like that. I just had input. There are plenty of other people with input, too. People with far, far, far more experience than me. And there was a unilateral understanding of the problems. And now the car's way better. Bottom line is this. Does anybody remember my stream where I took every LMDH, not every LMDH car, but the BMW specifically, around Monza, every sim parallel, and I ranked PMR the worst. And unfortunately, it wasn't even close. iRacing was harder, but I understood it. Like, iRacing forcibly just keeps you under the limit, and you slowly creep up on the limit, learning the game, learning the cars. iRacing is very difficult in that sense, but I at least understood that. Whereas in this game, the car would give you the feeling that you could push, and then it would be like, nope, just kidding. You tried to push, now we're killing you. Now the car drives, in my opinion, much more parallel to some of the better LMDH experiences in other sims. And it wasn't like I was the only person saying there was something wrong with these cars. The cars weren't doing good in this game. I guarantee you start seeing these cars do better now. Start being played more. People start complimenting them because they drive great now. The devs did a great job. There's still a couple bugs to work out, but they're not like a driving experience, game-breaking bug with the cars. There's the startup battery issue that seems to happen only on track. I could make the argument that I think the downshift protection is still a little too intrusive, but that's just my opinion, and if a bunch of people disagree with me, then I wouldn't go with my opinion, obviously. I would do whatever majority vote says, you know? But other than that, as far as realism goes, the car, this is what I believe when I drive this car. And the counter argument of go watch XYZ somebody else drive the car on TV is like, that doesn't tell me anything. You have no idea how hard that person is in that car, or how hard the person in the car is pushing. You have no idea. You're looking at a little bit of a bar occasionally on throttle to see what they've done. But you don't know. You don't know what that person's feeling. Oh. Jimmer Hawkins. Yeah, so far, overall patch is very good. All of the things that I have tested, so there's obviously other people out there testing other things. I've been primarily focused on stable lobbies. You know, trying to get in lobbies, in and out of lobbies as fast as I can. And then obviously I've been only driven the LMDH because it was the big change car-wise to this update. But there are tons of other changes that I have not looked into at all. But so far, both in Discord and in chat, so far everybody's liking the LMDH stuff. Thanks for being here, Legolas. I appreciate it. Why are people parking out? Well, you have to understand, whenever an influx of people come back to a game, you're going to get people who just don't have basic racing etiquette. And they'll learn that over time. That's everything. There's nothing you can do about that. Again, this game being accessible through console, is the barrier of entry is much lower. So you're going to get super casuals being able to fire up their PS5 or their Xbox on their controller that have played this game for 3 minutes, and that's it. And they have zero race etiquette, and you can't necessarily fault them for that because they haven't really had time to learn that, you know? Let's get some different cars in here. The GT1's on track. Seen a whole lot of LMDHs in these lobbies today. Viper? Alright, yeah, I can switch it. Which Viper? I assume you want the Gen 2 Viper? My brain not working here. The GT? No problem. Yeah, GT's a popular one. GT is a very popular one. I'm still figuring the cars out. They're definitely a driver's car. I'll say that. They're very similar to the GTOs. I personally like GTOs better simply because I think that they handle oversteer better. The oversteer factor feels more realistic to me, and therefore creates a fun factor there. I still think, for me anyway, the Mercury Cougar is my favorite car in this game. Anybody got any of the DLC pack cars? I mean, I do. They talking about the Group 5s and the GTs? Group 5, I mean, here's the thing. I am a massive anomaly in preferences on sim racing. For me, Group 5 is phenomenal in this. I would say GTE, people like GTE a lot more than I do, so I think most people will say GTE over Group 5, but I will say Group 5 over GTE all day. I love the reckless wild cars. Group C, Group 5, GTO, those are prime candidates for great racing. I would personally, ETR, I would recommend buying all the DLC. That's just me. But with respect, I have no idea what your financial situation is to tell you how to spend your money, you know? For me, I look at, like, I'll buy every DLC with the exception of iRacing, because that's just insane. But every DLC for every game, just from a content standpoint, it gives me an avenue to create content for whatever reason, you know? But purely from a fun factor standpoint, I think the Group 5 is some of the best driving in sim racing. And they have Group 5 in Race Room, and I don't like it at all. The cars are way too slow and they're way too composed. They're just fundamentally boring cars. In this, they're a wild ride, and that's why they're fun. So I do recommend Group 5, for sure. GTs, I can't make a recommendation simply because I don't use them. People seem to like them, though, so maybe ask people who use them what they think. But Group 5, 10 out of 10. Whoa, whoa, she did not like that. She did not like that, boys. I'd say Group 5 is definitely going to offer you a unique experience if you're looking for unique experiences. I can't say GTE will. GTE is essentially going to be GT3 cars with no assists. So if you maybe want to get an idea if you like GTE, take the GT3 cars and turn off all the assists and see if you like driving them. That'd be my best way of saying trying out GTE stuff. They are a little faster than Group GT3s, but or just buy them and try them. Worst case scenario, you wasted like what? What is it? I don't even know how much the packs cost. It's funny, I have no idea how to drive this car around Red Bull Ring, but I do the GTO. This has definitely been my worst performance on a track so far with this car. That's fine. 133 votes. 70% say yes, we're back. 30% say no. So for those voting, perhaps comment in chat why you think that. Or voting no, I mean. Be interested to see what people have to say. Oh. Yeah, believe it or not, the sad part about this music, John, so my buddy's a DJ, and I asked him, I'm like, hey, can you make me some music so I can have some decent, like, synthwave type beats to, you know, just kind of zone out on stream? And he's like, yeah, I can do that. He's like, I'm gonna try out this new AI program that I've been hearing about. 15 minutes later, he sends me like 30 songs. He's like, dude, I'm screwed. I'm absolutely screwed. This is gonna put me and so many people out of business in time. All of this music is AI-generated music that he created through a program using AI. Do you know how he created this music? Mind you, he's a DJ. He creates real music. He literally fed it words the same way you would feed ChatGPT words, and it produced the music. Insane. We're so screwed. We're so screwed. Oh, well, I'm out. Screw it. I'm getting a false start. I'm going to take advantage of it. If I'm going to get screwed, I'm going to cheat. All right, we're through turn 1, so I'll slow down and wait now. All right. Apparently, I didn't turn the car on. I thought I did, but I pulled the clutch in and put it in gear and rolled through the beams. Banned. That's why I waited. I just wanted to make it through turn 1 without dying. Oh. I gotta stop reading chat. It's a good thing I'm not a very competitive person, huh? Thanks for being here, Shamrock. Yeah, a track like this is so much more fun in the GTO. This car is way too, like, snappy and grippy, in my opinion, for a Red Bull Ring to kind of be like a fun track. That Valkyrie's going the wrong way. AI's figuring out our patterns? Absolutely. Now, rather than plants, I like to call humans lemmings. So, for those of you who are old enough to remember lemmings, that's what humans are. Hive mind. Listen to the mob. One person commands them all. That's why people are so tribal. Critical thinking? Nah, fuck that. Oh! Mamma mia! Whoa, that legit scared the shit out of me. I looked at the chat quick. And then I looked back at the game, and someone was lagging towards me and scared the shit out of me. Oh, wow. That might be clip-worthy. I will say, Too Wicked, this is a hard track to drive him on. I'm actually struggling on this track a little bit too. But, spend a little time with them. Because you also might not... Whoa, 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 whoa. It's also possible, too, you might not like these cars. Because these... Right now, the LMDH is a lot more like, some of the other sims that I really like them in. Which, none of us are ever gonna actually drive one of these cars. So, how do you determine what's the right way to program them? Because you can rely on consultants, you know, who have experience with them. But in my opinion, like, the proper way to consult for, you know, dialing in a car perfectly simulation-wise, you need the whole team. You need the driver, you need the crew, you need everybody to explain every little detail. Because I'm sorry, there's no driver on the planet. Max Verstappen doesn't know shit about F1 cars, but he knows how to drive anything around a track. That's his talent. He understands the actual sort of physics of driving. He's in tune with that. But do you think he knows? I mean, maybe he does. I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. He might... Whoa, I wildly overshot that. I don't know what I was doing. That was a Max Verstappen put a curse on me for saying he didn't know shit about F1 cars. Like, Max Verstappen's not going to build an F1 car. He's just going to drive it. That's my point. The crew is going to tell you all about the mechanics of a car and how the car works. Like, realistically, if you wanted to know, if you wanted to go to the horse's mouth and understand how a tire works, would you talk to someone who knows about tires, like who designs tires, or would you talk to someone who drives cars? Would you talk to someone who knows how to build motors about building a motor, or someone who knows how to rev up an engine? I have the feeling I'm going to get clips saying Max Verstappen doesn't know anything about F1 cars. I have the feeling. It's the way people are. We don't need no stinking context. Point of my ramblings is that, in my opinion, for proper consulting to figure out, to truly make a car be as authentic to the real thing as possible, you need the people doing the programming in the same room as the people who drive the cars, who build the cars, who understand the physics of the cars, everything. And that just requires a shit ton of time and money. And it's not really that rational. So the next best thing is getting a single consultant, say Ben Collins or whoever, and using someone like that to consult with. But, you know, where I come from in the motorcycle world, the best riders I've ever seen literally could not turn a wrench to save their life. They know nothing about the bikes whatsoever, but they're better riders than anybody else. The best analogy I can use that a movie depicted was Days of Thunder, where Robert Duvall's sitting down with Tom Cruise, her Cole Trickle, at the bar, and they have this massive disconnect that they're getting their ass kicked in all the races, and then Cole Trickle opens up that he doesn't know shit about cars. He just knows how to drive them. And the reason I like that scene so much is because that's actually normal. That's far more common than the other way around. Like Niki Lauda, for example, is the exception. He's the guy that fundamentally understands cars, and that's why he's so fast. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling now. I'm gonna play video games. Let's try the old Bathurst. Jumbo exercise. Still need to look at GT tires. Front tires never go. I don't think they touched the, I could be wrong. I don't think they touched anything in the GT. The LMDH was the big car adjustment, and then I believe GT3, GT4, and the 992 got slight tweaks. I don't know if any other car was touched at all. I could be wrong on that. Again, I'm guessing. I just know the LMDHs got touched. It's so good to see lobbies, like big lobbies, just people getting in, readying up, getting into the races, racing. And Ro, I was too busy cheating, but I don't think you didn't affect my race anyway. I did it to myself. Bathurst 12-hour this weekend. I'll have to check it out. You already know what's going to happen in this race. I might pull over in turn 1. I'm not even kidding. I think I'm going to drive straight at turn 1 and just pull over and let everybody pass me. And then try and run people down through the track. Because I got to learn that. Every track I drive. Another perfect lobby. Good job. Good job. I think I'm going to go soft tires for this track, though. Question is, do I want to do more downforce? I really don't because of the big straight. I think tires alone will get the job done. Well, Eagles, you already know what you have to test now. The BMW is slowly becoming my favorite LMDH. It was the Cadillac. I still like the Cadillac, but there's a certain like snappiness to the BMW that I really like. There, my bad. I actually was. I thought I was gonna be able to go around you, but oh, this is next on my. Sometimes I can't quite confidently judge how wide a car is, and I think I can make it through narrower gaps. I should probably stay in third right there. Did not like going in a second. My biggest learning curve I have to figure out with these cars is the difference between using second and third. Every time I get, like, almost every single turn I take, I have the entry speed that I'm like, I don't know if it would like second or third gear better right here. Third will obviously be smoother, but second always feels like it's going to be faster, but it could be placebo. Oh, okay, so it wasn't the gear change then. Son of a bitch. Go! Alright, that works, I guess. So it's not the gear change that upsets that turn right there. I might just have to have less speed. How to figure that one out. Because it did it both times. Second gear, I was able to save it. Third gear, I did not save it. Smash! Alright. Not bad. 209 with a pretty big wreck. You can tell it's starting to get warmer outside. Inquiries are starting to pile in. That's always good. Gotta pay them bills. Time for some lunch? Yeah, I might go right till 6 o'clock, so for me, dinner time. Right till dinner time, get off for about 5 hours, and then get back on at 11 o'clock or so, and then do this all over again. I'm ready to do this all day, honestly, but do gotta spend some time with the wife. Can't ignore her because of a video game. That would be not being an adult. So if we had to rate the update, 10 being, obviously people's expectations are going to wildly affect the rating on this, but if we had to pick the update itself, how would we rate it? 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. 10 being it hit everything you wanted it to hit, and 1 being it hit nothing you wanted it to hit. What would be your vote? I'm gonna go. My own personal vote's probably a 9, maybe 9.5. But my expectations were probably very different from other people's. Let's fix that problem now. That's actually funny. if you give it just a little bit of gas, it makes it stumble just a little bit. That's pretty cool. All right, let's try not to die. I went through that turn literally staring at my radar. Not the road, no nothing, just staring at the radar. Yes, the game is absolutely getting better. This was a significant patch in core stability. Oh, shit. Alright, I gotta drive a little more defensively here. That turn right there. It's that's interesting. I gotta figure out what to change in the car to make that turn not want to kill you, because that was a very low speed turn right there, and it wanted to spin out again. I'm curious to fire up the PS5 too and see how this game looks on PS5 now. Although I don't play it enough on PS5 to really be able to get a real visual comparison in my brain. But you have to activate it. I'm pretty confident you have to activate it. Keen. I'm going to call you Keanu. I don't know why. Every time I see your name, I want to call you Keanu. So Keanu, I haven't looked since the last time you asked, honestly. I see other people have it active, so I'm sure there's somewhere in there to turn it on, but... This turn right here, I gotta figure out. Second, it pulls you in. That's interesting. So I wasn't turning the wheel at all right there, and it pulls me left when I go into it. So maybe that's the trick for the car right there. Maybe don't turn with the road, let the road turn you, and then turn the wheel. Yes, I'm on PC right now. Yep. Ah. Good, good. Glad to hear it. My buddy plays on or he has the game on PS5, and he's, you know, a nerd for things like that. Like, he really likes mirrors to look good, you know? And that's one thing that always seems to go under the radar in a lot of sims, is mirror fidelity. It's always low resolution, very anti-aliased, or sorry, very aliased. So anytime mirrors improve in a game, it's always like a little brownie point. Oh shit! Wow. That could have been ugly. So right here, it auto-turns you. Yeah, so that's interesting. Alright. That's weird. Never noticed that in any other car until right now. But I also don't think I've ever taken an LMDH down Bathurst. But, when you get to that part of the track, it naturally pulls the car to the left without you turning the wheel. So if you turn the wheel the way you think you're gonna, you overturn the car and snap the rear end out. Interesting. This guy in this LMP is pretty quick. Ace Scotty Jones. It's pretty quick. Should have been in second. I'm still afraid of this section right here with this car. That's so weird. I'm getting used to that turn, though. It's giving me a little more confidence. I don't think I have anything for him in the straight, though. That LMP's got balls, man. I mean, we're a different class, but I gotta race somebody right now. Multi-class is the best kind of racing. It really is. Once I experience it for the first time, I, like, can't stop. Nice driving, Ace. Nice driving. So the top leaderboard is the class-specific leaderboard. Like for me, it's LMDH, which is why I'm the leading LMDH right now. But Ace is in front of me overall on the grid, and that's the bottom section. The bottom leaderboard is the entire grid, all of the classes. Ah! I just blew it. Oh! I can't turn around. Come on! This is the part that's bullshit. They gotta fix this next for the LMDHs. You just can't get moving once you crash. Oh well. I was looking forward to having a last lap battle with Ace right there, but oh well. It is what it is. Nice job, Ace. Oh no, I'm blowing it all left and right now. Oh, what the hell? Ace, I just congratulated you. It's all good. Yeah, so the next LMDH is MK Gaming. Jimmer Hawkins, he probably quit. But on the full grid, you have Ace right now. You have Ace right behind me in the LMP car. Behind him is AJ. And then another class is Fucks. Whoo-wee! Good racing, boys. Good job, Ace. Nice driving. I'm pissed I blew it right there in that turn. Yeah, it could seem confusing at first, but just know that the top leaderboard is your class, the specific class that you're in, and then the bottom leaderboard is the entire grid of multi-class in the order that they are in currently on the track. But the only one that matters as far as taking a win is concerned is your class. Because you're not technically in competition with anybody else on the track. It just so happened, as you can see, Ace and I were running pretty similar lap times, and we were right next to each other on the track. You were jinxed? I might have jinxed you. I gave you my curse. Telling you, I got a powerful jinx. The jinx is strong with this one. Pretty weird that you're DQ'd left before the track started. Yeah, but you were in the lobby though, right? DQ is weird in this. It counts for any level of disconnection whatsoever. Intentional quitting, actual DQs, leaving the lobby at any point to go just, I don't know, quit the game. Anytime you disconnect, period, DQ shows up. So, I mean, I'm not really that worried about that, but maybe down the road, you know, when they have time to, like, really iron out some small details, they could probably do, like DC for a disconnect, DQ for an actual disqualification, you know, things like that. But that, to me, is... Yes, there was an update today, Chase. Version 1.6. Seems so far like we pretty much fixed the lobby issue, and I'm getting to that point where I'm confident in saying that. And even if we get a lobby crash once in a while, I'm never gonna be bothered by that. It's when we get like endless lobby crashes and we just can't get anything cracking. You know, that's where it's like game breaking and like this sucks. You know. Yo, what do you find of the new LMDH driving? So the update benefit all of them? Yeah. Stands for disconnect. Nice. Yeah, overall the LMDH is across I mean, I haven't driven them all yet. I've only driven the Cadillac and the BMW and the Valkyrie. But, yeah. I think the BMW, like I said, though, is slowly becoming my favorite. For the LMDHs, that is. Let's, I was gonna say, want to stress some people out and get on Lexington? Hey. Oh. I mean, let's do Kialami. Kialami. It's like salami with a Kia involved. Not a problem, Ace. Thanks for being here. Hell of a driver. Hell of a driver. I agree, Chase. I agree. But so far, we've been going for a while. We've been going for an absolute while. I'm honestly probably for the maybe not tomorrow morning stream. Tomorrow morning stream, I might do the LMDH comparison stream again. But at tomorrow night and then tonight, I'm going to be doing the same open lobby stuff. I want to punish the. It's not really punishing, but I want to throw as many examples of trial runs in as possible. You know, to try and get the lobby to crash. No problem, Lone Slow. I might go straight till 6 o'clock. I might have to have a little snack though. Not a whole lot of Americans right now. I mean, it is 3:30 in the afternoon on a Thursday. I should say it's 12:30 to 3:30, so I can understand why there's not a whole lot of America on right now. Someone jump in a GT car and give Eagle a run. I don't know how much. I think there were some very slight tweaks to GT3, but I don't think GT3 is like noticeably different. I want to say the Audi got nerfed a little bit, but some people are still saying it's faster. So, you know. It's up to you, Matthew. I would get the game now. This was my biggest complaint, was the lobby stuff. Now I can confidently, like, recommend people getting this game. It's still going to have problems, but I don't, in my opinion, like, the massive game-breaking bugs, outside of maybe some new introduced problems down the road that might just happen. But as of right now, I haven't seen any, like, game-breaking issues. There's still going to be plenty of bugs. Pick your favorite sim, there's plenty of bugs in it. You know? Here we go. Moment of truth. I hate that this is AI music, but whatever. I'm just in a good mood. Someone talk shit to me, you can't change my mood. Alright, what do we want to do for tires? Let's go for a max grip setup here. So we'll do... Oh, I think I already have that. Load setup. That's max downforce. Yep, okay, still on tires. I gotta play with the differential a little bit too. But for the most part, I really don't feel like it's nearly as much of a problem as it could have been before. My mother dresses me funny? It's true. Fun fact, I pretty much live in pajamas. I'm self-employed. I'm in sweatpants right now. I'm in slippers. Are not made by Honey like earlier? No. LMU got the new Honey tires. It's funny. I wonder if that's a corpse car or if that's just someone chilling. Because I haven't seen one yet. I absolutely need the line for this track. I hear you, Matthew. I never know anybody's, financial situation. All I can do is just recommend if I think it's worth the cost of the purchase or not. And I do. I do think it's worth the cost. Prior to this patch, I would say probably not. Simply, oh boy, this is why I need a line on. Simply because the game breaking bug was too far down the path of game breaking. But now I can confidently say that we're in a much better place. So interesting enough, I have to wonder if it's a telemetry issue or not. But for any of you guys looking, all right, I just had to put it on. My wheel, my TC light is blinking the entire time, but it's not in the game. So right here, this is my TC light. And it's just blinking the whole time. But if you look in the game, where the actual TC number is, it's not blinking. Let me just see something. Yeah, it's blinking with TC off, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's another telemetry issue with Simagic. It's definitely a telemetry issue. It's just a matter of if it's coming from the game or the software from the wheel. But I already know that there are telemetry issues with Simagic with this game right now. They have told me that directly when I asked them about it. And they said their exact answer was they can't get to it yet because it's all hands on deck for their new product releases. So unfortunately, the PMR telemetry, at least with SimPro, is taking a back seat, which I get it. Priorities. Oh, I am stuck in third gear. Yep. Good catch. I wasn't even looking. I'll have to open and close my SimPro software. That could be why it's happening. Right. Let's see if... Let me close it altogether and see if it resets. Yeah, I just realized none of it's... I don't even know how I noticed the blinking light and not the giant 3 next to it. So... yeah, unfortunately, the SimPro software is bugged with the telemetry with PMR. But it is on a Simagic side, not PMR side. Because I did a little census the other day and asking about that, and so far and I have a Logitech G923 as a second wheel, and it works fine on that. Come on. It's not even recognizing the base right now. There we go. Alright. It's officially reset. Let's see if it works now. We could say 30% of game it's fixed than it was in the premiere. I wouldn't be able to put a percent on it, honestly. The game is night and day from release, but you'll still have the same people that be like, this game is a joke because it doesn't have triple screen support yet. So, you know, even though 90% of the player base right now is on console, I can't use triple screens. Does GT7 have triple screen support? I'm just curious. All right, telemetry's working. There we go. Let's use that one. That one tells us our lap time. We won't see tire temps, but... Now, I could use SimHub and run a USB cable from the wheel directly to a USB hub, but I don't care enough. All that for a shift light, I really don't care. Yeah, exactly, and you can technically do that right now with this game on triple screens. It just kind of like skews your field of view, but you can run it on 3 monitors. It's just not true, like, native triple support. It's a bit jaded, if you will. But, so it's like, it really just comes down to if the game pleases what you're looking for. If you're looking for VR and triple screens right now, no, it doesn't have it. Sorry for being so slow, everybody. I really shouldn't be in front right now, but I am. Hey, look, my TC light's working when it's supposed to now. I would have honestly accepted it that it just wasn't working right if it weren't for you there, SIP Racer, CYP Ray. I don't know what to say it. Either way, thank you. Thank you for the obvious catch that my dumbass brain couldn't see. The line in this track completely saves me. There's one thing I'm surprised about sim racing right now is that telemetry is so wonky still. You'd think it'd be more polished by now, but... I can't tell if the max wing right now is hurting me or not, because it does feel like I want the car to rotate a little bit more. I gotta start playing with the wing a bit more independently, rather than min-maxing, because I have a habit of, like, when it comes to rear downforce, I have a habit of leaving it stock, or default, or maxing it out. I don't really do anything in between, and I really need to start doing that. Just lazy, man. I want to get in and race, that's my problem. I'll try and read your comment in a second here. I'm trying to actually win a race for once, so it's hard to read chat every time. probably stay in third right there. As far as force feedback, I've liked force feedback from day one in this game. I will say force feedback is definitely better on the LMDHs now. They had the pretty severe oscillation before. Now that oscillation is, you can still feel it a little bit, but it feels more natural, like it's the road and not the car just trying to rip the wheel out of your hands. I'm so happy this car drives like this right now. Because I've like slowly over the past month or so really been like getting into LMDHs, at least from a driving standpoint, not from a knowledge standpoint. I still don't know shit about these cars, but I've been driving them in a lot of different sims. Because the reality of the situation is GT3s and LMDHs are, or hypercars in general, are just the popular cars. And if I had to pick one to put effort in, it's LMDH by a landslide. That's why right there. I want to drive fast cars. I want to drive cars that I'll never, ever get to experience in real life. Not that I ever plan on getting in a GT3 car, but I've been in street car variants that mirror or greater the performance of one. So an LMDH I'll never drive. So that's what I want to drive in a video game. Good run, boys. Good run. GTO, we probably would have had a real good race if you didn't have the mishap in lap 1, but solid driving back there. Let me get a, I need to get a drink or something. Oh, my new camera showed up. I'll be right back. Oh boy. All right, we're back. We're back. So I was a lot more excited for this until I read the advertising for it. AI 4K webcam. AI 4K webcam. I'm so sick of the AI buzzword. All right. I can't remember if we did Daytona or not, but we're going to do it again. Pick your cars. I'll give you a minute to ready up. While my silly brain can't seem to take this thing apart. There we go. This adorable little guy. I'd use this now. I'd swap it over, but I'm going to have to probably do a firmware update on it, so I'll use this tonight. There you go, folks. The latest and greatest from Insta360. Woohoo. Night and day, boys. Night and day. All right, how many we got in here? 18 to 20? All right, let's ready her up. Look at these lobbies. Look at this shit. This is the biggest one yet. 19. This is what my AMS2 lobbies look like when I add AI backfill. Interesting, it's actually smaller. How do they make a webcam better and smaller at the same time? Pretty crazy technology, man. Yeah, last one fell, so. 20. We got a full lobby, boys. Boys, we got a full lobby. First time. Here we go, moment of truth. Can we load in a full lobby of people? Okay, let's get some music going, Tough. We got 19 in. I'm good. All right, so we know that with a full grid. All right, so Ro got kicked. Okay, you were the 20th person. Because it looked like there was one person hanging right there. And you were the unfortunate one. See, this is where adding the jump in practice or jump in qualifying or jump in progress, whatever the proper term is, that's where this edition is more important than focusing more on, you know, you've been in here for the last like 2 hours. Exactly. So, all right, let me get the log up here. It's been a while since I had to go get one. All right, here we go. Copy. Let's see. There you go. There you go, Matthew. But that's good. So that's the first person that's reported not making it into a lobby all day, and it's not the host. The important part is it's not the host. The host needs to not crash. Because now, technically, if they can just implement, jump in progress, essentially, now you could just rejoin the lobby. And then they're in, and then we're good. It's like it never happened, So, because it's going to be real hard to completely in every way eliminate a disconnect, because you don't know why things disconnect. It could be the person's internet connection. You don't know. Like I said, last night, I was trying to play some AMS2, and for some reason, nobody could connect to any server event, no matter who hosted, nobody could connect. It was broken. And it's a game that I've never had be broken before, and it was broken for everybody, so shit happens. Oh, I'm on mediums. Let me load the right setup. Wait, what? That's weird. I was definitely on mediums, wasn't I? I mean, I don't want max downforce, I just want the base number, but... Alright, I'm on softs now. That was strange. I'll be on tonight at 11 p.m. I'm gonna get off at 6 p.m. These cars are so fast now, it's ridiculous. Because I think they're actually a little faster in a straight line. They hit top speed a bit quicker. And have more grip. They feel more... Because it is what it is. They felt slow before. Like very, very, very slow. So other sims had more grip, more control, and were faster. Dead. It's alright, just an outlap. I want to see how hard we can go into the bus stop. Clearly we gotta slow it down just a little bit, or add a little bit of rear downforce. But I don't want to add downforce here. I'd rather just drive a little softer through the bus stop. Okay. Two-hour drive done. Any new developers? We had our first person in the lobby crash so far. We had a full grid of 20 cars, which is the max you can have online right now, I believe, at least for Daytona. And only one person didn't make it in. At that point, I would say that's pretty normal. Did the dead stop bug get fixed with them? What do you mean, Chase? The dead stop bug. Like getting them going again? No, they still gotta fix that. Yep. Yeah, I already sent it in. I gave Rye a heart attack already. I guess he just said he just laid down to go to bed. He's like, oh no, what happened? Nothing. Blame John. John's the one who told me to send the log, so I did. And at some point, Rye became my default log get sent to guy, so sorry. Yeah, you gotta put it in neutral to start the engine. So the engine's started right now because for some reason when they're on battery and the engine's off, they don't accelerate correctly. So if you stall out the engine, you gotta make sure you do it this way. Same goes for when you're at the start like this. It won't bypass the battery if you put the clutch in. If you pull the clutch in and put it in gear and then go to rev it up, the battery will drive it through. So clutch in, now that the engine's on, in gear, rev it up. See, Metal Lord just messed it up. Always got to brake a little deep in turn 1 on lap 1 just to decrease your chances, I should say, of getting punted off the track. If you brake when you're supposed to, there's a good chance you're going to get hit from behind. Yeah. Whoa! It's weird. There's definitely a mirror flicker bug right now. Probably shaders, if I had to guess. It's not bad, but it's just the mirror. Mirror keeps flickering. You guys won't be able to see it as much because I'm there. What's going on, Webtastic? I think AJ behind me is going to have a real fast lap. Oh, right there. Nice lap, though. Nice laps. Good job, boys. Good job. Ace Scotty, even better. Nice job. Metal Lord, even faster. Guys are flying. I'm the slow one on the track. Metal Lord found a full second on me. Good job, boys. Good job. Yeah, I'll run Daytona again. We'll do one more Daytona. AJ, out of curiosity, what were you running, mediums or softs? Right there. I'm always torn on the LMDHs, which tires are better for what tracks. Mediums? Because I didn't really have any grip issues, and if you don't have grip issues, you should always go with a harder tire. Ace was on sauce, so I guess it really, in that sense, it really probably doesn't matter too much. Did you guys drop any downforce by chance? Or are you running default downforce? If we're going to do that again, I'm debating on trying a different car. Or at least a different LMDH anyway. Let me try the Valkyrie. See how the Valkyrie feels right now. It's got to go green. It's not an Aston Martin if it's not green. You're at 5. Yeah, I got to find the balance point. 3. Okay. So you guys went opposite directions. So AJ went max speed, essentially. Whereas Ace went more on the grip side of things. Appreciate you being here, Eagles. We'll be back on again. I mean, you might be up to catch a morning stream. For you, morning, I mean. Not a problem, Eagles. Not a problem. We'll be on again tomorrow. And by we, I mean me. All right, so let's play around here. So this one here, So hold on, this one the default setup is on 5. So it's different, I think, on cars then, because the BMW it's 4, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's 4. Let's just run the default car. Well, hold on, let me save myself that trouble right there. All right, let's give it the old college try here in the Valkyrie. This car's got an exhaust note to it. Holy shit. This car is loud. Feels like the Valkyrie has more grip. I haven't heard the tires make a single chirp yet. This car is loud. Got less top speed. It's definitely got more grip. You know what's funny? I don't like the giant race logic dash right there in my way. I don't know why, it's messing with my vision a little bit. This car drives completely different to the BMW. I gotta learn how to drive it. I was definitely more polished with the BMW. This one I need a little bit of work. I also think I need to bump up the final drive just a little bit. Better, but still pretty bad. Alright. Metal Lord still got me by 9/10 of a second, so he had me about a second last time, so I guess we're kind of on the pace there, but that car is definitely different to drive. It feels like it's got more grip, but the suspension is a little more sloppy, I guess you could say. That's the one hard part about multi-class, bro. Passing gets difficult when you're passing slower cars. Sometimes you make mistakes and hit them. Probably shouldn't mess with it right now, but I'm gonna. Oh, wrong way. See what? Let's lower the final drive and see how it feels there. Because we're on the limiter in the backstretch for a while. Even before the bus stop, we're on the limiter. So, see if we put a little more mile per hour to it. That might have been too much. I might have hurt myself there, but whatever. So far, I like the BMW a little bit better. I could just be used to the driving style more, and I'd have to readjust to this one. Because it feels like the spring rate is a lot higher on the BMW, and the car is overall stiffer. This car is a lot more sloppy and loud as hell. Unnecessary, sir. Unnecessary, Mr. Jones. Give me a little bump. I'm relying solely on radar right now because I can't see shit out of this car. Yeah. Final drive's way too high now. I had a feeling that was going to happen. We're pretty good right now, NZ. Absolutely. Huge step forward. As far as the servers go, anyway. And LMDH. Yes, things are, the hope meter is up right now. Still 2 seconds off my pace from the last car. So rather than raising the final drive, I think I'll just increase 6 gears top speed. Because this car is about a second off the pace from where I was at in qualifying. And it's 2 seconds off the pace from where I was at with the BMW. What the hell was that? What just happened? No way. Am I hoodless right now? Am I hoodless right now? If so, that's hysterical. I'll keep my eye on him, AJ. Might just be new. I'm definitely noticing some front end stability without the hood. Real difficult going through that bus stop. Really? That's just stupid. That's just stupid. As you can see, nobody is safe. Appreciate that, sir. Appreciate that. It's more Nords than the cars. The cars are just drivable now. So when I'm in the zone on Nords in a car that I kind of like sort of understand, I do okay. So I definitely don't like the Valkyrie as much as the BMW. That's for sure. I'm gonna go back to the BMW. Because my fastest lap, if you guys can see it on this camera, I don't know if the wheel will pick it up, let's see. It's hard to see, but 1:37.40. And that's a second off my qualifying pace in this car. And my qualifying pace wasn't even very good. But pulling the final drive out of it, or adding final drive, or whatever, it made the car too sluggish through the gears. Crazy Diamond just punted me right out of the way. How rude. How rude. Let's get back in that BMW. Yeah, buddy. Alright, let's change the track as well. Let's try a Lexington. This could get ugly. Hey, Furry's up. When did I get in live? That was weird. Hey, AJ, before you go, what'd you think of the LMDHs over last time, out of curiosity? And thanks for being here, by the way. Appreciate it. I'm probably not going to watch it, unfortunately, but... Add the chicane? There you go, chicane added. Ugh. New Zealanders are getting on. It's that time. Hello, Furry.
Hello.
What's up?
Not much, just woken up. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I have to turn down the stream. It's fine. Heard you twice. Alright.
So is this your first race?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, LMDHs are a lot better.
Did you hear?
Community feedback goes a long way, fellas. Whoa. I've never done the chicane before. It's the first time. God, I love this BMW. Back at home. Corpse car.
Obviously off the bat is that you can drive the LMDH car with the H patterns.
Oh, shit. What's that?
You can drive the LMDH with an H pattern now.
Oh, really?
I had it in gear, so
Good enough. Good enough. Have I noticed performance improvements at all? Not really, but I mean, I'm past my refresh rate, so I don't really see stuff like that. My frame rate might have gone up, but I have no idea of knowing right now, because I locked my frame rate anyway. So I'm locked at 144. There's definitely some visual improvements, I'll say that. Overall, just, you know, like I said, some shoe shine polish type stuff, you know. Oh, PlayStation State of Play's on right now. Look at that. Make sure you rev your car up, Furry, because that bug is still in the game. That chicane, I gotta learn that chicane. I've never driven the track with a chicane before. I mean, there's a lot I gotta learn on this track, but the chicane really gets me. Lost it all right there. Oh well. There we go. Yeah, servers are amazing now, by comparison anyway. I'll take that, 118.8. I cut in too early on this chicane. We'll take that, 118.8. Oh, show. Oh. That track feels really good when it starts to come together. I like the chicane in it. That was a good call, Ace. Good call. I haven't personally tested the GT3s, so I'm not. I've been in the LMDHs for 6 hours, so I'm gonna use the bathroom quick. Oh, man. All right. Let's pick a track now. That's Lexington or Mid-Ohio is slowly becoming one of my preferred tracks for quick little blasts. I guess we can try... Might throw up, but Imola, San Marino. But... I cannot kick people, Ro. Not something I have the power to do. Looks like he's not in the lobby anyway, so... I have probably 2 more races in me that I'm going to get off till this evening. Heard any news when Rensport update coming? I want to say I heard, what, next month now? So, I don't know. I'm curious what they're going to bring. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. They had me very interested for a while there. And then the holidays came and went, and, like, it's just been a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, I know if I block them, it'll kick them, but I don't necessarily want to block people if, like, they're making mistakes. Like, I have to, for me to want to block somebody permanently, I have to experience an issue with them directly, you know? Not saying he wasn't doing anything bad or whatever, I just, unless I physically see it, because I'm blocking him from access to me, not you guys, you know? So the reality is that you guys should block them for future reference, you know? And then if this person is, like, consistently doing something obviously bad, you know... I need to run the line on this track. I absolutely do. One of my worst tracks. I wasn't looking, John, to be honest with you. I don't know. I guess I'll try max downforce right now. I have no idea how to drive this car on this track. I have no idea how to drive this track. There's definitely someone ghosted on the track right now. Definitely the easiest car to take around this track so far, though. I'll say that. This is one of my worst tracks. This, Interlagos, and then maybe Spa right behind it. Solid Fue, 0 crashes on my end. Alright, I'll take that. Not bad. As someone who is not very good on that track, I will happily take that. Let's see. You're not terrible on Spa. You've actually done quite well, my friend. Well, thank you. Thank you. I think I'm pretty bad on Spa, personally. But you have to understand, too, I'm always comparing myself to, like, the fastest guys I see, and that's sort of like my scale. You know, if I go race a bunch of scrubs, then it's like I look like Superman, but if I'm racing talented people, then I am very, very average, you know? Wish you could run a qual without getting wrecked. Yeah, that's the nature, unfortunate side of faster cars in a slower car lobby. That's why I don't know if you were watching there when I was behind the BMW or whatever it was. Alright, so, John, if you're watching, we do have one ghosted car in here. Is this log-worthy or nah? Good luck, gentlemen. Yeah, well, you can't... That's the thing. You can't blame the game for, like, you know, drivers that hit you. That's not the game's fault. There's not... They can insinuate penalties and stuff like that, but... It's just as easy to have, like, no penalties for collisions in terms of, like, how it can ruin a game as it is adding penalties. Like, for example, Gran Turismo 7 is awful with its penalty situation because it gives everybody the wrong penalties all the time. It gives the victim the penalty more times than it gives the aggressor, you know? So, if Gran Turismo 7 has one game to make, and they've been working on that same game continuously for a couple decades now, as just iterations of newer versions, and they can't get it right, it's not that easy. So sometimes it's better to just, like, leave the penalties out of it almost, you know? But I hear ya. I do hear ya. I don't know if I can drive through him or not. Yes, I can. Alright, cool. Interesting. We got a single ghosted car on track.
I've been driven through. Well, by everybody.
Are you in the Alpine?
Yes.
Yeah, you're ghosted.
Oh, good. Does that mean
So-
I can drive through other cars?
I mean, if they can drive through you, that means there's no collision, so you can drive through everybody. Oof, almost lost it. Yeah, penalty systems are real tough. It's a lot like AI. Finding a real good balance point to please most people is very hard. This is going to be my go-to car for competition anyway. Which is... I'll let you all fight over the GT3s. I'm going to stick to my LMDHs. Starting to figure the track out. Yeah, the line is on, so that's obviously going to take a little bit more time to eliminate the line, but I was bad at this track before with the line on, so... Oh, that's a track limit. I'll take that one. So far, the track limits are really good now, Furry, that I've experienced anyway. I've tried to drive every track. I haven't driven Monza yet. I haven't driven Interlagos. And I'll be honest with you, I don't care to.
That's good to hear.
Zolder seemed fine. This track was wicked punishing before. The only track limit I got so far, in my opinion, I just earned. it again. Oh, man. I was going for my fastest lap there. Not gonna break it, am I? Oh my god, 138 even. Son of a bitch. Well, last chance. Off to a bad start. Perfect. Come on, give me my 137. I gotta make this last bend count. Come on. Whew, 137.8. I'll take that. Fastest lap so far. Ah! Ace, 137.9. Ace has got those LMPs dialed in. Is everybody having as good a time as me right now? I'm just curious. All right, I got one more in me, and then I'll be back on tonight. So, Furry, I'll be back on in about 5.5 hours or so. But I got one more. I got one more race in me though. My back is actually.
I need my
cooked.
coffee. No.
Need your coffee?
Yeah, I haven't had my coffee yet.
Yeah. Best day of racing in 2 months, rock and roll? Absolutely. When this game's fire, it's fire. And it's been fire all day today, so. Alright, let's see. Last track. What do we want to do? I want to do a short track. We haven't done Donington. Let's do Donington. Boom. There we go. Donington it is. Last race of the day until about 5 hours from now. 5.5 hours. Some weird feeling in the RS50, huh? Was it there before with the last update or no? Is it oscillating or what's it doing? If it's oscillating, pull some of the lows and mids out of it. Sort of like what was the fix for the LMDH before. Might just be how you have to leave it for everything. Philip, I haven't had a single DQ on my end, or DC on my end, sorry. I think a couple of people here and there haven't made it into the lobbies, but for the most part, I would say we're probably down 85 to 90% of the overall crashes. So I'd say that solid server stability improvement. It goes numb on the straights. Try increasing the lows then. Or add some low force boost. I find I run low force boost on my 18 Newton meter base. Alright, that's a good amount for Donington. So, I'm going to do the ultimate jinx right now. The ultimate jinx. I've tried jinxing the lobbies before and we haven't gotten it to crash yet. So, here we go. Last jinx of the day. Or middle of the day. If we make it through and I connect to this lobby as the host, that will be the first time in all of Project Motor Racing, which is about 2.5 months now, that I played an entire day with 0 lobby issues. That's a hell of a jinx right there. Throwing that juju into the game. Jinx. And we're going on 7 hours of doing this too, so. Here we go. First, we got to make it to track, and then we got to hear the car's audio. All right, we're on track. Next, we got to hear the car audio. Car audio, boys. We got the car audio. I don't know how many lobbies I've hosted today, but it's been a lot. 0 crashes. 0. Only thing I notice is weird is like right now, EJR max downforce, it's back on mediums. It doesn't always have doesn't consistently load your loadout. Jesus, Call of Duty. Setup. Or your tune-up. I'm going to run the line for this race just so I can see where the recommended braking zones are for this car right now. I normally don't run the line, but new car, who dis? Little late on the braking zone there. So the braking zones on this, according to the line, in my opinion, they're a little late. So if you do use the line for advice, just know it's a little early. 121, baby. So just so you know, my setup, my Nordschleife setup before would do 125s on this track. Whoop, that's gonna not count. Definitely cut that corner. Yep, oh well. That's fine. I'll get out of the way. So yeah, we did 121.4 in our first qualifier. Our first full, like, attempt at a lap. And before, these cars would do roughly 124, 125 with me trying the same level of effort right there. Because I had to slow them down so much to get this level of grip. And I still have max down... right now it's on max rear downforce, on soft tires. So, things are working a whole hell of a lot better with these cars. And the BMW, I think, is honestly kind of taken over for the Cadillac for me. I kind of think this is the most OP... not OP. For me, my driving style OP car. Other people might like the Valkyrie drives completely differently. The Valkyrie seems like it's got better tire grip, but it loses it in the suspension travel. So I'm sure setups could probably dial that in a little bit, and then it might start transferring it back to the tire. But overall, this feels like a much stiffer chassis by comparison. The best way I can explain it is like this feels like it has the suspension travel of, say, the Audi GT3, whereas the Valkyrie feels more like the Aston Martin or the Mustang, where it's got a little bit more body roll built into it out of the box. Man, I'm having a good time. I'm excited. I am excited. Still good, Seaberg. This is my last lobby of the day until I go live at 11 o'clock tonight. So in about 5.5 hours. And all of them, every single one, none of them failed. I don't know if I don't consider myself a fast guy, but no, I jump right to fast cars. I'm bored in slow cars. But in real life, here's the thing. In a video game, it really doesn't matter what car you start on. Your brain's going to learn whatever it is you're trying. In real life, I absolutely recommend learning on... If you haven't experienced whatever it is kind of racing you're doing, a very fast example of it, I recommend starting slow. Very much recommend starting slow. No, I will not be getting on AC Evo, but not for nothing, Seaberg. I watched a lot of streams today of people streaming AC Evo. Same problems I've seen since day one. Wildly inconsistent performance. Traxion was like getting 140 frames in parts of Watkins Glen, dipping down into like the 20s. All without changing anything, just making a lap. And then same with Overtake. Overtake was getting massive, massive, massive stutters and slowdowns to the point where I could see it on stream pretty aggressively. Flickering. It's a mess. It's a total mess. I'm sure they'll get it cleaned up by the time it releases to 1.0, but I'm sorry, there's no reason for me to want to play Evo right now. Still nothing. I will check the patch out. I will give it a fair shake, but everything I saw on stream today that they were really struggling to talk about, that was obvious to me, because you know how favoritism works. But it was obvious that it was still there, and those problems have been bothering me since day one, so... All right, time to make chase. Oop. I gotta remember that recommended braking zone is late. I have gloves. I got a set of Simagics on. I just don't have them on right now. I'll have them on tonight. They're too big. They're in double XL, but it's all they had. I'm either in those gloves. I think I'm probably going to settle with an XL, maybe a large. Large is probably the right size glove, but I need to be able to take them on and off relatively easily. I don't want to have to sit there and pull each individual finger trying to take my gloves off. Oh, I almost saved that. No, Monica. Almost saved it. There is not yet, Seabird. Still open lobbies, but this is my last race. I'll be getting off after this and then getting back on in about 5 hours or so. So if you want to join up later this evening, we'll be going around 2. And then tomorrow again. I'm overdriving right now. That's my problem. Overdriving the shit out of this car right now. I need to slow it down, but it is what it is. I'm tired. Been at it all day. I knew it. I shouldn't have grabbed first. All right. See if I can get myself back somewhat onto the podium. Oh well. I know better not to go into first gear like that. Asking for problems, and I did it anyway. You gonna be on later, Seabird, or what? This is deja vu. I was just here. Come on, what am I doing? My best lap is 128 so far. I did 121 in qualifying. I am driving like a bag of ass. Could possibly be because of my tires are getting a little on the warmer side too. Should probably do more experimenting with mediums, but that's called nitrous, Furry.
I'm still getting used to the cars.
I know, I know.
Driving at the moment.
I've been in this thing all day.
And I know you're faster, so I didn't block you.
Oh, Furry, you're...
Ethan.
We all know you're a fast guy. I don't want to hear it.
Well, eventually I'll get there.
You're already there, you humble fuck.
In these cars.
Oh, there it is. Just removed all your humbleness. Alright, it is what it is. Good job, boys, good job. Ugh. Round of applause for the update.
Yeah, seems good so far.
Oh, I've been on it all day. We've been rolling.
That is cool.
Oh, hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh. Well, made it 7 hours with 0 crashes. 0. Lots of lobbies the whole time, non-stop. I didn't dick around. I read the, I probably spent a half hour starting the stream and reading the patch notes, and the rest of it's been open lobbies. I didn't even waste my time doing anything solo. Just got right into what we knew needed to get fixed.
Cool, man.
So far, so good. A couple of random anomalies, like there was still a couple, I think I saw 2 corpse cars on the track from crashes.
Any laggy behavior?
I've never had lag. You're going to be the tester of that. You're the one with the lag.
Yeah.
I've never had the lag issues. If anybody's lagging, it's like other people's connection to me, but I've never...
Okay.
Yeah, I've never personally had my own car lag or anything. But I'm always the host, too, so...
Oh. Leaving here in about 20 minutes. Go home and check it out.
Sounds good. Alright, I'm going to jump off Discord for now, boys. I will be back on at 11 o'clock, so in about 5 hours or so I'll be back. So if you guys want to get back on and do this for hours more, that's what I'll be doing.
Sounds good.
Alright, boys. Oh, man. Great day. I appreciate everybody for sticking with it and cranking on these lobbies. We're not done for the day, we're just done for the session. So we'll be back on, like I said, about 5 hours from now. A little over 5 hours. I'll set the next stream up for 5 hours from now so you guys can see it and be ready. But by the way, this is the 203 votes. This is the poll. This is where we're at. So we got 71% of people seeing positive outlook on today's patch, and 29% saying nope, still sucks. So anyway, boys, that's it. I'll be back on in 5 hours. I hope to see you all there. I will, like I said, I will get another lobby going, or another stream going. Let me see if anybody's on here first. Double check. Well, nobody's on right now, so I can send you over to GT World if you want to watch the Bathurst 12-hour. That's what I'll do. Hold on one sec. Let me set that up. Add a redirect. Paste. I can't redirect to them. I was going to send you to the Bathurst 12-hour, but I can't, so. Alright, well. You'll be on when I start a new one. Gonna crush some sushi. Oh, you son of a bitch. I need some sushi. Instead, I'm having chicken and rice. Yay. Gotta stay skinny. Lame. Anyway, boys. Thanks for playing. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for liking. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for being positive. Because I'll try and be all about that in this line of things I do. So anyway, folks, hope you all have a good evening. Enjoy your sushi. Enjoy your other dinners and anything else. Breakfast for Furry and the guys in New Zealand and Australia. And I'll see you in 5 hours. Peace.